The following is a special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder. Are we alone? Or does other intelligence exist? Rise above anonymous. Make unknowable legendary. M4. Jakarta. Who are you? What do you want to become? The universe is yours. Are you ready to own the world?
It's semifinal Saturday. Some of you might just woke up from the hangover, and some of you might just finish your homework. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, human and pets, welcome to the 2022 North America Challenger Tournament Fall Season, the only path to M4 World Championship. Today, we will decide your first team who's going to Vegas. I'm your host, Assassin Dave. With me on the caster desk today, the man who ate all the potatoes just to become the king of all of them, Mr. Private Dancer. Also on the caster desk today is the man who speaks English better than my English professors back in college, all the way from MPLPH, Mr. Nisu. How you guys doing today?
Man, I've been waiting all week for tonight with 4 of NA's top teams, but better than that, I'm gonna be for the first time casting alongside that dashing man, Nisu.
Hey, you've been waiting all week, man. I've been waiting all NACT. I've been watching it as much as I could, waking up early, supporting you guys, supporting the teams, and I love what's happened up to this point, and I can't wait to just watch and cast this the semifinals.
And guys, wait is almost over. That's what we talked about. Now first, we're gonna remind you guys about how we got here to this exact point in NACT. We had over 100 teams who signed up to compete. Now among them, the top 64 teams then were selected based on the highest current season rank to battle in a brutal round of elimination. The remaining 32 teams then fought their way through another round of knockout stage to only 8 teams standing today. Now, we will book your first ever team in the first ever LAN event in North America with today's match, all the way to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is gonna be more exciting than ever before. And guys, your second team in the Squid Game Survivor will be decided tomorrow, so make sure to stay excited. Now, with that being said, we're gonna quickly go over the prize pool first. Private, why don't you go ahead and take us through the prize money?
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing $30,000 prize pool. We can see here first place going to be walking away with $10,000 and 75,000 diamonds. Second place going to be coming away with $3,000 and 50,000 diamonds. And third place going to be walking away with $1,500 and 25,000 diamonds. And that is just a lot of cheese right there. The prize pool bigger than anything we've had in NA before as well. You can see there just a ton of like money and diamonds, especially with all the skins that we have coming away. That's an answer. You can see there 14,500 total dollars there and 730,000 diamonds. That's an answer to basically all your Starlight problems.
Absolutely. Now, nice. So you have been here since the last NACT. You know what these teams are capable of. Run us through some of the bracket here.
Yeah, I mean, it started out strong, like you guys mentioned. You know, the whole path to M4. I had my eye specifically on the Valley. I think a lot of people wondered how they would do, and I think they haven't disappointed up to this point. But also, you know, Team First Blood from their last run in the last previous NACT, the Simpsons kind of just upsetting the Ackerman the previous series, or the previous time that we had that. And now, you know, that's the thing. Is the Simpsons gonna upset again another team like Team First Blood? they're definitely in the realm of possibility for them. And at the same time, you know, later on we have the Valley and Vendetta. Does Vendetta have a Vendetta versus the Valley? You know, that's something we're gonna find out today.
Do they have the V for Vendetta? Now, we're gonna take a look at today's schedules, the 2 exciting best out of 5 for your enjoyment, for your entertainment. Private, what are some of the things that viewers need to know before we start our first series?
Well, of course, anybody who's been a fan of North America for a while here knows Team First Blood finalists for the last NACT. Unfortunately, last season, Simpsons had to sit out that tournament, but they have come back strong with a vengeance. An upset over Ackerman, possibly an upset over Team First Blood tonight. We'll see. But then finishing off the night with a bang, it's going to be fan favorites, the Valley taking on Vendetta, who have just been a powerhouse through this tournament and might have a few surprises in store for the Valley.
Absolutely. And guys, we have the first match almost ready. Team First Blood taking on the Simpsons. Now, before we jump into the band draft, we're gonna go ahead and take a look who is playing tonight. Naisu, is there any players, obviously you're here for the last NACT as well, that you want to talk to the viewers about?
Specifically for Team First Blood, I love roams. I love highlighting roam players, right? Joybodge just is a critical component for Team First Blood. Same thing with, you know, across the board actually, but Gina too. I think gold lane, being able to provide your gold lane I like to call it vacation mode in the early game to let them pop off later on. The same can be said across the board, right? When you have the Simpsons, Cole World has been doing outstanding so far, right? He's also has a huge hero pool that he's brought out so far in the tournament. And at the same time, you know, I know you've talked about this a little bit, Promise, right? In the XP lane.
Yep.
XP lane, it's kind of funny because they're like XP laners, they do things differently, their own little style. A lot of people see XP lane as boring, right? But I don't think it's boring at all. I think XP lane is really intricate in the way that they kind of control their lane and then progress into the game later on for their team.
Absolutely. I mean, last time when the Team Simpsons taking on Team Ackerman, none other than Team Ackerman, actually one of the most anticipated team to go to Vegas, we got knocked out. We saw Promise out-rotating his counterpart and able to make those plays, especially in the game when people were not even favoring their draft. He's able to make the best out of it and turn a bad situation into a good one. So today, I'm excited to see Promise pop off one more time, but he's going against Luffy in lane. Private, is there anything that you think, who do you think is the better EXP laner in that sense, or is there anything that we need to watch out for?
Well, with both of these, as far as management has been concerned, I know the Simpsons do have a new manager, which you can tell already. This has been an amazing Simpsons throughout this tournament. Did unfortunately get knocked down to the lower bracket, but their performance in the lower bracket has just been immense. We already talked about it. Taking on Ackerman, beating them down as well. A little bit of a frustrating start for Team First Blood. We do know that they were the favorites from last tournament, did go into the finals, did juggle around that mid position, but last week we saw a different Team First Blood, more synergy, more rotations, just able to find those kills as well. So I mean, it's anybody's game here right now, and I mean honestly, I can't even pick one out of these two.
Yeah, I mean, Joybodge is known to be the Insection Junior on YouTube. In fact, I think he had over 100k subs just to watch his Chow gameplay. This guy, I want to see his Chow popping off today. I mean, I'm on the same boat as Naisu here. The roam position is going to be the position for me that I want to see those setups, those engages, or those disengages, really, right? I mean, Naisu, any other position that the viewers need to watch out for besides the roam position that you would say?
I think jungle, like right now, I usually highlight roam and gold, but gold is kind of just, it's kind of like in its own corner until later in the game, right? So I think especially setting the pace, getting those steps started, it would be roam and also jungle. And what we're seeing, even in other regions, as I've been watching other MPL playoffs right now, is, man, there's been some spicy picks coming out in the jungle, right? So I don't know, maybe we see some Gushin come out here to play high risk, high reward type jungler picks. I think those are going to be crucial. Again, you're talking about a best of 5. And game number 1, that's, you know, coming up shortly, that's the best time to test things out. That's the best time to bring those spicy picks out to play, see how it works for you. So I think if we pay attention on, this is for both teams, by the way. So I think as long as we pay attention to the roam and the jungle, we see how that paces out. And I hope that we see some, you know, fast-paced junglers. Like I said, the Gusion has been coming out a lot lately. Now, will that be the story for NACT here in the semifinals? Well, we're going to have to find out today.
You know what? Last time we talked to Merkel, we had a similar things. They said MPL Indo, we have some lot of Amon being picked, right? Now, MPL BH, we have Gusion. Ladies and gentlemen, which assassin will surprise us today in the series? We shall find out. The first game ban pick is already underway. Without further ado, let's quickly send it over to our incredible caster's desk.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing here, especially because I feel like NA has gotten a little comfortable. We've talked a little bit about the lag because of how big North America is. We deal with a little bit more lag. So sometimes teams are a little bit more hesitant to choose those mechanically intensive heroes like the Vendetta, like the Ling, like the Gusion. But we've seen, as we moved on here, them starting to make a resurgence here in some of these drafts. Some not as successful as others, but we're gonna see is that tank jungler gonna reign supreme, or are we gonna start seeing those sprinkles of the assassin jungler coming back into the meta here?
Yeah, I think this is the best overall, the whole season actually across the world so far from what I've seen is you don't have like one type of jungler dominating, right? There was a time when it was mostly tank junglers that were dominating the scene, but now I would say it's almost 50-50, maybe 60-40, right? You can actually bring in some of those assassins, some of those riskier picks, and they can actually work out really well. And it's a great thing because, you know, up to this point too, everybody's not so focused on just the jungler emblem anymore. And I think that adds a nice layer of a dynamic to team compositions. Now, even when you see people are saying, you know, you see sometimes the same heroes, but again, those heroes can be utilized in different ways. We've seen actually some recently some crazy things too. And for example, MPL MY, where some of the emblems that you're used to seeing on certain heroes, they've been playing around with. Now, again, they're in their own realm here. And I think one thing that you have to consider, the fact is what you just said, Private, ping, right? Do you really want to take a riskier approach? Again, we don't know what ping they're playing on, but at the same time, some of those mechanical heroes, you need that smooth ping, right? But if you don't have it, then I'm sure these players are all capable of playing on this. This is what they practiced for. This is what they prepared for. And you're now here at the semifinals for NACT. Of course, all these teams want to be headed to the grand final. That's going to be an amazing stepping stone for this region, and I think it's going to be amazing to see unfold here. But already, you know, first phase of the bans are out. These are typical either heroes picked or banned. I'm glad that the Faramis Valentina are taken out, by the way. They also take out 2 crucial marksman picks. Those gold laners are going to be out, so that leaves a couple options for them too. Esmeralda's out of the picture, no XP lane there, and Ballman, again, a safe jungle that we've been talking about. So this sets the kind of the environment for hopefully some diversity. I was going to say diversion, but some diversity here for the teams. But already, we'll see what the first pick's going to be here in just a couple seconds for Team First Blood.
Yeah, really interesting too, because we do still have Diggy Atlas up on the board. We know, like, especially when you have second pick, a lot of teams like to go ahead, pick up that Atlas, ban Diggy right away as you move into the second phase. But Paquito on the side of Team First Blood going to be picked up first. And I know Kid has been very versatile as we were talking about those assassins. He hasn't been afraid to take out those assassin junglers, but Paquito has been such a strong pick so far. Just the amount once he gets level 4, basically just dishing out an incredible amount of damage from that moment on, and it's been just a force to be reckoned with for them.
Yeah, and the great thing about first picking Paquito is that you could technically flex him, right? That's one of the reasons why he's so priority is because you can take him into the jungle. You can also take him to the side lane, and hell, we've even seen him roam here in MPL Philippines. So that's popped up maybe just one time, I think. Not saying it's the best, by the way, but it can happen, right? So already there's the Grok paired with it, but before they lock in the next pick, having a Kai for the Simpsons, having that Lilia does already give you a lot to work with, right? I love that Lilia she's utilized in a lot of ways, but mostly it's the best way we see it is baiting out certain ultimates with the Black Shoes, being very aggressive early on. You have a ton of early game damage, and then allowing yourself to be that person, be that hero that pulls out as many ultimates as you can. You pop the Black Shoes to just juke people out a little bit, and then it gives your team the advantage if they've held on to their ultimate abilities and everything else. So and there you go, right? We have it rounded out here for the Simpsons in the first phase with a Melissa pick. And Melissa, I mean, she has been surging lately across the world, right? And for very much reasons, because her kit's amazing. Her damage is also amazing.
Yeah, and incredible. And then with Melissa and the Akai, you've just got this composition right now that can upset the balance of an engagement for Team First Blood. Whether you have that heavy spin coming out during objectives to kind of pin down Paquito while you try to put the damage and get that retribution, or that go away from Melissa that's going to be able to kind of like clear a pathway and at least make sure that you have a little bit of an area, especially when you're going for objectives in those tight little spaces over there near the turtle, near the Lord, where she's going to be able to kind of push away the enemy team. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the side of Team First Blood is going to be able to engage with that. And we see the bans coming out here too as well. Farja and Atlas being taken off the board. I mean, we were wondering about Atlas, but I mean, not prioritizing him. They are going to go ahead and take him off the board. Diggy's still available, but does that really kind of play a role here into what you want to do? I mean, potentially for Team First Blood, because you can kind of break through that heavy spin or go away to potentially kind of engage there. But for the side of Simpsons here, I mean, they're going to be looking for another roam here, and I'm wondering if what they're going to be looking for here.
Yeah, that's why we see, the last bans could be targeted towards another roam pick. There's the Masha, who's actually a very strong pick for any team, actually, because she's so strong, right? Her kit, also the tankiness that she has with the multiple health bars. So good solid bans here on the last phase for both teams. Now that is, again, the question is, what does the Simpsons want to take for a roam? Because they're going to be going against, like we highlighted before this, was Joybodge, right? So there's a lot of options still available to them. Is the Diggy gonna pop up? That I'm not sure. Where exactly, Team First Blood would place that, or what else, maybe even the Simpsons, right? Because at this point, in a couple seconds, we're gonna know what they lock in here. But for the Simpsons specifically, these three picks, they definitely need to round it out. Also, the Akai most likely going in the jungle, right? Now, okay, I was going to say, what do you go in the side lanes? This is the next thing, right? Phoveus has been quite dominant. And we've actually seen Phoveus as well in the mid lane. I know it's not going to pop up here because Lilia's here, but another hero that just performs so well in a variety of roles and situations. Now, again, it still leaves up to the table. What does the Simpsons want to round that out with, especially for the roam? Because your options, I mean, Atlas has been dominating, that's taken out, but here we go, next phase for Team First Blood, Private.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting too with that Phoveus pickup, especially with Paquito probably being the main target of that. Usually if you have Wan on your team, at the very least, you're able to disengage from your team to kind of lead that Phoveus away. You're going to have Paquito here, potentially going to be the front runner for this damage right in the mix. So that's going to mean that Promise is just going to be dunking on the entire team right there in the center. And if you want to get him away from them, you're going to have to disengage. as the Paquito. So that's going to be very interesting. They do go ahead, pick up this Lunox and Uranus, especially with Esmeralda off the table. Uranus going to have a great time being able to cut those lanes, being able to kind of dominate and then get back to his team for some of these early objective fights. And then, of course, Lunox to be able to kind of shred down those tanks as we get into the later game. And I feel like as far as scaling goes into the late game, Lunox just can't be beat.
Yeah, she hurts, right? That's what I like to call Big Damn. But like here we go. It's rounded out. Now we see both team compositions here. The Simpsons lock in a Matilda. Great option as a roam, provides a lot of mobility. That's the thing though. Like if you look at the Simpsons, they have a lot of mobility, right? Just having the guiding wind available to them alone is going to really help out positioning, because one thing you really do have to worry about with Team First Blood having, you know, all the tools that they have, specifically to Irithyll. Whenever Irithyll is picked, usually has that Electroflash, the sprint combo, and you're going to have to work around that. You're going to have to be the ones to disengage whenever they pull their trigger, which is going to be the combination of, you know, the wall setup and the wild charge.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to game one. Team First Blood taking on the Simpsons. This inaugural match here right now between the finalists from last season and the people that upset the NACT here. So there's a lot.
Yeah, and already with them starting out, you know, I gotta say, it's gonna be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, you already see Luffy just completely ignoring the boundaries of this jungle. He's just already basically in the base of the Simpsons, trying to get his farm there, already cutting. So he's going to start making, he's going to have that farm. And if he's inside the base, he's going to be getting tons more farm and able to kind of help out at these objectives. And we're starting to see how these rotations can kind of formulate and form around here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is what I was talking about, aggression, right? But there might be a setup here as they were going to rotate down to the bottom, but they just disengaged from that. This is what I'm talking about, though, right? Team First Blood setting pace is going to be crucial for them, especially when you have, I mean, across the board, actually, the same can be said. Already on the top side, though.
Yeah, Simpson, or Promise in a little bit of trouble here. He's not going to be able to get away there. It's an easy cleanup for Team First, but they caught him slipping inside that, inside the enemy base, or inside the enemy jungle there. And Luffy, not too concerned about Damien. Just still taking things away, not even bothered by the fact that Matilda was up there, and actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. So we do have a 3v1 potentially. Joybaj coming in, does set that wall down. They are going to have to disengage here as Fallen and West in to kind of stave off that. Now I'll be putting on some damage. He does. I'll be in a
Blue team hero has been slain. Blue team hero has been slain.
Snatched down, but nice flicker to see there. It is a 1 right now in favor of.
Yeah, so, you know, with that first turtle fight already going in the hands there, I mean, this is going to set the pace. Like I said, the Simpsons, though, now having a little bit of lead on top of them. So they've got to work around this. Team First Blood, obviously, it's still very early on. And at the time, you know, Kid did grab a kill for himself. That is going to scale really well on this jungle Paquito, seeing how this pretty much plays out, right? Because across the board, we talked about this earlier, Private. The fact that, you know, Fallen has a tank jungler, they can do a little bit more with that. And they're going to struggle a little bit, though. That's why we see Joybaj once again just trying to take care of Gina. In the bottom side, both roams are actually going to be focusing on that and doing that here.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, a 1-2 game, they just under 1,000 gold lead for the Simpsons, already starting to take a little bit there against Team First Blood. But
Yep. So there we go. They're going to take off that. A little disengage here. And now on the top, in the middle side, Kid going to be the focus. Certainly Eagle's going to come out. Kid gets taken down already in the early portion of the game. That's a bad time to die, too, because now Turtle's going to be for the tanking here for the Simpsons as they try to zone out Joybot a little bit. But the Turtle has now spawned as the team's going to go ahead and work on this one. Look at the zoning potential coming out from the Simpsons. You can't get really past this at all. There should just be another free Turtle here for the Simpsons. And there we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's a party over at Turtle, and unfortunately, First Blood is not invited. Still a lot of damage here coming up on that top tower. They're left best to kind of keep that pressure onto that Phobius, which is going to hopefully have an effect as we move into the
Yeah, exactly. So here we go. Still, both teams just, I mean, it's technically they've got a small 2K gold lead or so, and that's why we see Team First Blood going in. There's going to be the wild charge. Look at the damage coming out from Kid, though. Nate had the black teams available. They're pumping out quite a bit of damage. Gina trying to follow up on there. No one goes down in that engage, though, at all.
Well, let's take a look at the items here. So we're figuring out some of the technical problems for our wonderful, wonderful King of All Potatoes. How you doing? How you doing, Isu?
Hi, Dave.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, beautifully. You can see all in the mid lane, though. Some action going on. It seems like a Kid will not get the kills. It's the magic shoes will save Nate's life for now.
Yeah. So, you know, as I was saying, right, pacing is going to be crucial for both teams here. But right now, we saw just previously Team First Blood trying to get something started, but off cam they did grab a kill. That's going to go in the hands of Kid, which is crucial, right? Meanwhile, Luffy just doing Uranus things here in the top side.
Yeah. I mean, what's the benefit of, like, talk to me about the benefit, the pros and cons of doing that, right? Obviously, it gives your team the advantage, the lane prior, so you can go to the turtle, but it also cuts away a lot of experience from your team.
Yeah.
But here we go. The Demonic Force comes out. And Promise jumping in and out, though, doing quite a bit of damage. Not deadly enough, not lethal enough to actually make anything happen. I mean, on the bottom side, Cole has already taken the first tier 1 tower away from the opposition. Here we go. Kid jumps in, finding a lot of damage onto Methelda, and he will take him down. As one kill has already go to Team First Blood. Now comes to the full clash. So Turtle's going down very, very low. Promise in his zone as much as he can. As Turtle will be taken away by the Akai. A beautiful heavy spin will put Gina onto the wall. Will be taken down shortly after. A nice execution from the entire Team Simpsons will make sure to get objectives and some kills in return to trade.
Oh, they're still going. Kid might get taken down, and he does. Promise able to clean that kill up. So the Simpsons came out huge there, right? I mean, they got a nice, comfortable gold lead. On top of that, they got a couple of crucial kills plus the turtle. So right now, that snowball effect we were talking about during the draft can definitely start to happen. It's already happening, actually. And they managed to get their first turret. They might grab another one here on the top side. You see everybody making their way up here, Dave.
Yeah, it's a 3-1. Here is Nate trying to soak up the minion wave as much as he can before he defends this 3-1 tower defense. Turn lag's not going to happen. Fallen jumps in, just trade a little bit of HP here, and will quickly dash away thanks to support on the Methelda. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we might see a little bit of trade on the tower here.
Yeah, I think this is the best thing that Team First Blood can do. Grab turrets where they can. They definitely need some space to work with. They might even they might try to take this buff. Not sure if they're going to be able to. Fallen did have the retribution, but looking to make a play.
Here we go. Demonic Force one more time on the Kid. Will be pulled back, and one more kill. Going to Promise right here. Will turn him into a killing spree right now. 3 kills in a row. Joybots, wherever low, have to use the bubble charge to get himself to safety, but there's one more dash for Promise to take away another kill. This guy's absolutely dominating. Meanwhile, towards the mid lane is Team Simpsons taking down another tower in return, putting themselves in a 5,000 goal lead 8 minutes into the game.
Man, Promise was just waiting for that. He was just waiting for the wild charge so he could proc that last demonic force, able to grab him the kill there. He's thick right now, right? He's 4-1-2 on this Phoveus. And I mean, that's the great thing. Fallen doesn't actually have to worry about being that front line all the time because he already knows Promise is there. Damien's doing the same thing. And now this is a clear signal for them to just go ahead and take the first Lord of the game as they do. So now, hey, Team First Blood's on the backside here. They've got to just allow themselves to farm up a little bit, especially for Gina, right? Gina really hasn't been able to do too much just yet, but time will tell because still, it is only the first Lord, right? They might get some more turrets out of that, some more space, but Team First Blood definitely could hang on to this. As we just saw too, there's the Berserker's Fury being picked up by Gina. So that might help. But again, you have to get past this massive front line of the Simpsons.
Yeah, Akai, Mathilda, and he had Promise. I want to take a look at the items right here. Oh, before the items here, Joy Bod might find himself between a little bit of pickle here. We're able to just walk away thanks to the fact that he is a very mobile rock. Now the little wall there will just to push away the Lord a little bit, delaying the inevitable as the Lord will now charge onto the tier 2 tower down to the mid lane. Look at HP though, Joy Bodge will have to force to use ultimate just to get away, but a flame shot says no! A beautiful execution from Promise will make sure that one goes down. As now it's Simpsons Hurricane, just brutally running through the base of Team First Blood. There's no survivor still standing now between the base and the first victory of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Team Simpsons will take the first win.
Man, so I don't know what the record is for the fastest game in NACT this season, but that was, I was like, a regular Lord probably going to convert into some turrets, or some space. Well, it won them the game. So wasn't expecting that. Wow. Yep. I think it was 10 and a half minutes.
Yeah, nice. I was about to hand it to you to talk about how they want to execute this Lord, but then they just like, to the heck with it. We're just going to shove it down and call it an end. That's game one. It's actually a little bit anticlimactic, but also show you how prepared Simpsons really is coming to tonight's series. They want to get out of this. They want to go to the last final match tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, and it's kind of crazy because there was a moment there, and there wasn't a lot of moments because it was only 10 and a half minutes, but there was a time where even Kid had quite a bit of kills. He had gold, he had damage. There was some setups from Joy Bodge, but unfortunately, things just really quickly got out of hand. And the Simpsons just know how to. That's the thing. They are a team that knows how to capitalize when they have a lead, and that's what we saw here, right? I mean, look at the damage difference, right? It's half, right? It's massive, basically. Even the gold there at the end, about an 8K gold lead ahead, 8 or 9K, and a lot of this, I mean, you even saw it. Promise with that last kill, the finesse flame shot from down under, basically. Ooh. Able to grab himself another kill. The guy was thick. Like I said, he was massive, and it was just actually all the members that were just pulling all their weight for the entire team. And I mean, we see here in the highlights now, early on, this is where Promise already started, right? This is where that snowball effect started for him, and he was just slam dunking on everybody.
Yeah, he was absolutely unstoppable. This guy, I think it was just a brilliant draft, right? To get that Phoveus. And also from TFV side, we talk about Phoveus being one of the most popular bands actually in the entire MPL when we pick someone like Poquito, right? We pick 1-1, because you just don't want to deal with that, right? The amount of counterplay Phoveus can do, and you see the amount of damage he does to a character like Poquito is just absolutely insane. I wouldn't say this is a solo carry, but look at that play, the executions. The amount of force is unstoppable in this match. You're absolutely right. Yeah. I think he well-deserved MVP in this particular series.
Which is again funny because even before we got into the draft, remember I mentioned a lot of people see XP lane as boring. Well, that game was not boring at all for the XP lane. Whereas Luffy was just trying to do typical Uranus things, but unfortunately for him, here you have Phoveus just dunking on your whole team. How do you really counterplay that? How do you work around that? Someone that's so proactive as Promise was there, that was a big problem for them. So again, like you mentioned, Dave, it was a great draft. Honestly, even for Team First Blood, it could have been a good draft, but things just quickly got out of hand, and a lot of that had to do with those early objective fights where Promise was scaling really well. He got a ton of kills, and then at that point, Fallen didn't even have to worry about anything. Actually, he didn't even really have to heavy spin anything. He was just farming up, doing his thing, because he knew that he had Damon and Damian there to help them out, to help them out, set things up. So that's the difference there. Now, again, game 2 ahead of us. What does Team First Blood want to adjust here going into that draft?
Well, just like you pointed out, their draft is not particularly bad. It's just that for the EXP lane, like, we already give Promise so much credit, but this is just exactly what it was, unfortunately, right? Like, Promise literally just come in at the most opportune time and find the most opportune ultimate, right? Like, just jumping in with that Demonic Force, and he always slay the backline or your jungler. If you're able to force other side, like, jungler away, you get so much advantage for your entire team to move around. And guys, we heard the second game ban draft is already underway, so without further ado, so let's quickly jump into the second game ban pick.
Yeah, and I want to see, right? I want to see exactly how things are changed here. We do have a flip of sides, and again, that gives the priority up to the Simpsons. What do they want to take here? At the same time, I think they could do very similar bans, but they are going to take out Melissa, so Melissa's not going to be played here. Valentina is going to be the ban from Team First Blood. I'm expecting, like I said, similar bans, but at the same time, the Simpsons, it's what's difficult about 10-minute games or quick games, 10 to 12-minute games. You don't actually get to see the whole picture of the draft, right? You don't get to see it develop into what it's meant to do. You see it because the way that team compositions and drafts work is, they have different levels, right? In terms of their early game effectiveness, the mid game, the late game, right? So in a way, if the Simpsons want to do the same thing or something similar, they probably could. And that's why I'm wondering, does Team First Blood actually want to just go ahead and maybe ban something that was taken by the Simpsons the previous game? We'll have to find out, Dave.
There we go. You mentioned something that they were going to ban. Here we go, Akai, taken away. Now, that's something that last game the Team Simpson had success with the heavy spin, a little bit of engagement. Obviously, Akai overall is just such a beefy frontline. Coupling with Mathilda, it can be too deadly, right? Mathilda, with the soaring ego, with the circling ego, and go to right, and then follow up with the Kai with the heavy spin, put you on the wall, you cannot move, and you're like, what just happened? And also the ultimate cannot be canceled, right? Once the circling ego is targeted onto you, Mathilda's going with you no matter what. If you really don't have a team at the time to support you, it's game over. So right here we have that banned away. Faram is being banned away as well, leaving quite a bit of marksman on the line. You see Melissa being first banned, which they have one of the highest win rate character in the entire NACT so far, and Claude being available as well. So do you think any team gonna start off with a marksman pick?
I would be surprised if it comes out, but we've seen it before, actually. Again, we've actually seen gold laners being prioritized, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, right? It's again playing with a little bit of that risk factor. Now, if you have someone, for example, that is very comfortable on that hero, specifically even Cole World, if they are 100% confident that they're willing to take that first pick marksman, that 1-1 that is open, hey, why not?
Yep.
Take it, lock it in, and roll with it, because and there it is, right? This is, 1-1 is just a great hero in herself, that this is okay. Like, it is safe. Again, gold lane doesn't have to be anything massive in the early game. This is what I'm talking about, right? You can build around this and just hope that mid game, late game, she gets to pop off, right? So I think this is a solid first pick. What I'm really interested in is, what does Team First Blood want to take for the first two? They're actually going to take the Lilia, and we'll see what their second pick is here, Dave.
Yeah, Grok is still available. That's one of the highest win rate tanks available in NCT as well. Now, that might be something to take. If they take Lilia and Grok, the early game for TIB is looking humongous right now. And then one thing that I want to actually add on top of 1-1, after the last patch when the nerf came out, a lot of people were like, okay, 1-1 might be dead because now you can only ult the person that you get the passive on. But actually, just kind of forget about why 1-1 is so formidable. This character, late game's mobility is insane. The only marksman who do not buy boots ever, right? Like, you just don't need it. Your auto attack jump actually make you move faster than any other character in the entire game. I mean, it's absurd. So I'm expecting Phoveus, maybe a Phoveus pick out. Ooh, we do have Poquito instead of Grok, which will leave Grok back to Simpsons' hand. This is looking kind of spicy here, Naisu.
Yeah, you know, previous game, they had the Grok Team First Blood. For the Simpsons, and we actually saw some good setups, right? From like I said, early on from Joybot, we saw some good setups, but they just didn't have the follow-up needed. And again, it was the power of what I talked about in the first draft, where you have that black shoes, you can bait out so much if your placement, your timing is really good. So this could be a flip-flop of what happened in game one, possibly just in those interactions alone, right? Black shoes can be played around with so well here, and at the same time, again, Poquito is a great jungle if they do decide to place that there. We actually saw Kid getting to the point where he needed to be, but you know, unfortunately, like I said, things just fell out of hands. It slipped out of their hands here. So this is great, right? They are going to be taking the Phoveus here. They do have the Lilia. So they're kind of like, hey, you know what? We kind of like what you guys did in game one. Maybe we can do it better. And so first phase of both teams are done. We do see the Simpsons also taking the Pharsa here. Safe choice, very mobile, has tons of damage, can play very well against the Lilia, and just kind of be there for the team. Now, again, that's the thing, right? How do you round this out for both teams?
Right, I was about to mention all the bans, because the next phase bans is going to be crucially important, because both draft right now looks pretty decent, pretty solid in their own right? Like we mentioned the Grok that wasn't actually first picked by Team First, but they want the Poquito, the flex pick, right? They can go jungle, can go to side lane if so choose. But after Phoveus being locked down, we pretty much expect this Poquito to be going jungle position right now. So they're trying to ban away anything that can counter in the EXP lane or do well against Phoveus, because Phoveus, yes, it's really good against 1-1, but if this character is locking lane, then all those effectiveness against 1-1 is kind of diminished in a sense, right? So they're banning away the Esmeralda, they're banning away the Uranus. Meanwhile, the other side, we're banning away the Atlas from Team Simpsons, right? And because they're not taking away any defenders or any, like, the big initiation yet, right? So the next, here we go. The Joy Botch Chow, we're talking about in Section Junior. So not gonna have the freestyle today for Joy Botch.
Yeah, so interesting, right? Because again, what did they want to take for the roam? And you see that hard focus on the XP bands too, right? So again, this leaves the question, what do you take if you're the Simpsons to go against what you played the previous game, right? What is gonna give you that advantage? And this is the thing about XP lane. With Esmeralda and Uranus being taken out, there's still tons of options that you can play around with, you know. And again, this is very team dependent on XP laners, because we've seen the likes of even Lapu being played in the XP lane. We have seen Masha still open, which is a great option too if you want to take it there, because not only does that provide a pretty safe laning phase, but also you're a huge threat later on. We're going to see a Barrett's pop up here, most likely just going to be a solid. Okay, there's the Masha. The Barrett's is the solid jungle pick. And again, this is a story of a very solid front line. You have the multiple health bars of Masha to worry about too. So you're going to want to make sure that if you're Team First Blood, you have those answers for all this thickness in the front, right? All these meatballs that you're going to have to deal with in the front from the Simpsons, because they've got two great damage dealers too. And 1-1 isn't going to be that great early on unless, you know, the placements are well and you can get those early crossbow of Tangs off. But that damage is going to be massive already with the Pharsa. So again, if you're Team First Blood, you want to be able to handle just everything that the Simpsons are throwing at you. Is what they have a good start? Could be, right? It's going to depend on this roam. And there you go, Matilda.
Matilda. The thing right now that I'm seeing from TFB is it's real squishy, right? Yes, if you can build kind of tanky on Luffy or on the Phoveus. Yes, you can even build semi-tankier on Poquito, but then you're missing a lot of heavy early game burst damage, which you heavily rely on to snowball. So like right now, they're actually kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place in a way. You mentioned the beefy frontline, the heavy meatballs from Team Simpson. I don't think that can be easily shredded away. Even Irithel, I mean, look at Irithel, it's a good character against, like, what, a 1-1 in a way, right? But then, other than 1-1, there's no other good characters that Irithel can do really well in the early game until, all the way until late game, to be honest. After Irithel maybe get all the items, maybe you will see, like, significant damage. But before then, by that time, if Team Simpson played their card right, the meatball might be too big of meatball, right? It becomes just like impenetrable, you know? So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're stepping into game 2. Make sure to like, subscribe, and turn the bell on to all notification bells. This is now Team Simpsons 1-0 as the first game. They had a dominating show. Can they keep up the streak, or is Team First Blood going to turn the table around? We shall find out in this match.
Yeah, and we'll see, you know, if the meatball turns into a death ball like it did the previous game. So again, pacing is going to be important for both teams here. I think Team First Blood, though, specifically because they're mobile in their own right, but at the same time, like you said, they're kind of squishy. So you actually want to be the team to end things early if possible here. But that's actually difficult because you pointed it out, Dave. The fact that Irithel takes a lot of items, right? She takes quite a bit of time to ramp up and get started here. That's going to be something that they have to work around. Again, where is your damage, right? Well, that's in Kid. That's also in Ayano, right? They do have a possibility. Plus, if we can see something similar with the Phobius, you know, Luffy, then they are covered in those departments. But again, it has to be a game that ends sooner than later.
Right. This is TFB trying to end the game as early as possible, even though Irithel's late game character. But hey, last game we saw Simpsons do the same thing, right? Melissa didn't even get to the point where she can truly shine, and the game was just over, right? So I mean, this game TFB want to do the same thing, but can they do the same thing? That's a problem because there are not so many dashes. Luffy, this game is Luffy gonna completely rely on himself or Kid to find those, you know, displacement, to find those dashes in a way, because I don't see much dashes at all outside of 1-1 and Grok's ball charge.
Yeah, and so this is typical, right? Everybody trying to get some of that XP in the lane before the first turtle of the game comes up. Everybody pretty much has that level 4 available to them at this point that's going to be focusing on this, except Joy Bonj. So right now, that's a quick take already for the turtle here. That is going to be secured by Kid. Better there strike does come down. There's a circling eagle. Fallen is going to be taken out. That's going to be the first blood already for Luffy. It's looking like the same case for this Phobius. So let's see how he plays around that early first blood.
Wow. Well, I mean, that is some really good execution from TFB. We're just speculating that they were going to play aggressive. And then it turned out they were actually going to play aggressive. You know, look at this, invading to the blue buff. Now, before the dinosaur can even make it back. So a very, very beautiful execution to continue to extend the snowball. And a lot of players actually were watching, were wondering, like, how do good teams extend their snowballs? You know, outside of turtles, outside those objective fights. Well, here it is, invading to the jungle, right? You see good teams frequently do that. Once they have a little bit of lead, that little bit of lead turns into maybe a slightly bigger than a little bit of lead, right? By invading to enemy jungle and finding another fight, knowing that they already have the lead. They have the power spike over you, so they can push and really get whatever they want from your side of the resources.
Yeah, and you know, with that being said, you know, counter jungling or getting into the enemy's jungle is crucial for a lot of these teams, but specifically for Kid, because he is playing a Paquito jungle, and again, you want to continue this momentum that you have. Now it is only 1 kill, it's only a first blood, it's only 3 minutes in, but already here, look at the damage he has. Fallen, taking quite a bit. Demonic Force gonna come out here, but it is a big dinosaur, but in the mid lane, Damien gonna be the one to fall here. Black Shoe's gonna be popped, but they're happy with that kill. Also, on the bottom side, Daytona's welcome to come into the wall. Fallen, regenning quite a bit of health. Can they grab that kill?
Kid.
Luffy falls here. Kid in trouble. Gets taken down to Team First Blood, getting punished from the bottom side.
Yep, Team First Blood. I understand they have this urge to start the snowball fast, but it's at this desperate times when you really have to calm down and relax and take a step back. Just now diving onto the bottom tier 1 was uncalled for, really. I mean, we talk about how you don't have much dashes to use the Demonic Force, right, on Phobius. And nonetheless, they still forced it. They still went under the tower to try to jump around, but on top side, here we go.
Yeah, Cold World gonna get punished, like you mentioned. You know, you got to be careful what you're using that Demonic Force on, but they are gonna secure another turtle here. So that's, again, this is all steps to continuing on that momentum, continuing on that game plan to end it early. But like you mentioned, Dave, they didn't have to dive into that tier 1, right? They didn't have to take that risk, but it looked like Team First Blood wanted to just give the go on that, and unfortunately it didn't work out for them. But too many mistakes like that is going to be troublesome for them as the game goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember the meatball topic that we had, right? I mean, this meat shield is not going to get thinner, right? It's going to get bigger and bigger. Speaking of meat shield, here we go, Fallen taking a beating here in the middle.
Yep. Another airstrike there to save him. Fallen, again, this is the power of having, that back to that topics of having tanky junglers. That's the upside, right? You can kind of withstand that beating coming out from Team First Blood that has quite a bit of damage. So if you can continue to get that focus, stay alive if you're falling here, that's the best case scenario for them. But already, here comes the Circling Eagle, forcing the flicker out from Nate. Look at the damage coming out from Kid. The 1-2 punch. And now on the top side, they're going to be squished in here into the turret. 4 members of Team First Blood. They unfortunately don't have any minions, so they call it off.
Wow, you gotta give them credit. With Joy Botch initiation right now, they're actually playing really, really decisive. Whether it's successful or not, the team executed on it. We talk about just now maybe diving under the bottom tier 1 may not be successful, may not be something that, turned out favor to them. But every engage that they have done is follow through from the beginning to end, right? Like the entire team had a plan and they executed on it. And that's something that's really beautifully watched. Speaking of a game plan or executing a fight, here we go, Promise taking a beating here in the middle.
Yeah, luckily, Promise. So this is what we're talking about, though, right? Promise going to have multiple health bars, and it will scale really well. Again, as the game goes on, that's going to be a problem for Team First Blood because, at that point, who do you focus on, right? You got Fallen that's quite tanky, Damien, Promise eventually will be quite tanky. But the best thing that's happening right now for Team First Blood, aside from Gina going down here off map, is they are going to be grabbing another turtle, right? So they're able to grab that. They do give up cross-map play, though. The turret is taken out. That's going to be the first one for the Simpsons. So they're trading objectives here. The thing is, do they want to continue doing that? They should grab this mid turret shortly if they want to go ahead and take that, but it looks like they're not as they make their way here on the top side.
Yeah, I'm really interested in item development right now to see if Gina has gotten those items. Let's see. You have Windtalker, you have Berserker Free. Are the 2 core items being finished on this Scaling Behemoth? On 1-1, she's not falling behind. She has 2 core items as well, even though she's 700 gold behind. But those gold differences not going to make a difference in the long haul. It's mainly like how many full items do you have are really going to determine, are you going to make a difference? Are you going to be a 5 facilitator or a decider? Are you going to shred the health bar or just like chip away the health bar? Speaking of shredding the health bar, bottom lane, easy takedown from the entire side of TFB, and they're going to take the tower to trade the objective as well, as I mentioned. So they are doing really well. Despite the first game disadvantage, they're not pulling any punches here, Naisu.
Literally not pulling any punches, right? Kid now going to force the flicker out. Turret should be taken here. It's just hits away. There you go. They grabbed that one, so they got the turret advantage now too. Team First Blood, again, doing a great job here, playing around the momentum that they have. It is only it's a small gold lead that they have, right? The Simpsons obviously aren't out of the game just yet. What they need to do, though, the Simpsons specifically, they need to find a pick. Now, again, who are you going to pick off here, right? Kid is kind of troublesome. Ayano's going to be hard to catch because of black shoes. So you have to be able to find the setup, and the only one to do that right now is going to be Damien with a proper wild charge. And unless something amazing happens with, having a Barrett's jungle. But you know how hard it is to set up a Daytona's Welcome on a Barrett's jungle?
Yeah.
It's very difficult, right? So you can see them looking for moments here, even with the Thunderclap. Gina's still going to be fine. Joy Bodge now in the bottom side. Ayano making his way down too. There's a Circling Eagle. Promise taking quite a bit of damage from that heavy crossbow. Now it's fallen. Daytona's welcome. Can't get it off though. The black shoes come out. They grab the kill on Fallen.
Wow. A little bit too over-aggressive there from Team Simpsons. The Thunderclap did damage, was pretty good. But here, before we talk about the top side, it seems like we might have another fight here.
Damien with a wild charge. Joybot, can they get the kill? Cold World trying to get the crossbow of Tang off. He does. able to finally take down Joy Bodge. That's crucial there. That was with the wild charge, like we were talking about. Kids still going here with the Lord. Do they want to continue? Can they actually keep this from happening? Promise, though. Kid falls. They don't have a jungler, but Luffy. It's Nate that actually secures the Lord here, not even fallen. But look at Gina looking for another kill, looking to punish. Cold World's going to be in a bad spot here. Ayano trying to do his best, flickers out. Cold World, how is he still alive? My goodness.
Oh my god. I think over there, Gina really thought she had a sufficient damage to take 1-1 down with auto attack. You saw her, she was already going for the second target. She was going for the far step, and he left the 1-1 alone. That tiny window of opportunity was able to let Gina Cold World not only run away, but almost taking down another kill. So very, very beautifully done there, making the best out of your hand. Now, meanwhile, the Lord does get taken down by Team Simpsons, so they're making a comeback here.
Oh man, Luffy getting punished. There's the crossbow tank. They get the black shoes out. There's gonna be the wild charge on the turret. Tier 1, they're fighting for it. Promise looking for a kill. Knows he doesn't have the black shoes, but Ayano gonna be able to survive that one. Quite the engage coming up from the Simpsons, just punishing. Meanwhile, Gina's gonna go ahead and work on this regular Lord on the top side, but that should convert into this mid turret for the Simpsons.
Yeah, I mean, how little mistakes can really give your enemy team a long way, right? This is exactly what TFB is stretching. Team Simpsons stretching their advantages with a little mistake that TFB made. I mean, with that Lord, you saw how low Kid was when he first started it, right? He could have just taken a breather, get a little bit of health back, clear a little bit of small camp in the jungle, you know, just try to get some health back before we'll go back to the Lord. And his low health bar really put him in the back feed there for the fight to begin, because then the entire set Simpsons, oh, this jungle's low, let's go, just dive him up. And that's exactly what happened, you know. So like going forward, can Team First Blood actually keep up this aggression? At this point, the meatball effects are already in play. I mean, I see those items coming in.
Yeah, and they're going to be making a play here on Damien, trying to do the best, but the backup is there. Demonic Force going to be committed here. Here comes Fallen with the Daytona's welcome, looking to set this one up. You also have Nate making his way to the mid lane, looking to set up the Feathered Airstrike. It's only a matter of time. Demonic Force does come out. Nice stun there. They do manage to disengage. Nate didn't have the Feathered Airstrike available, but able to keep the team alive. But look at the top side. Promise making his way, looking to find with the Thunder Clap, able to find Kid. That's going to be a kill. There's the Feathered Airstrike, pushing them further back here. Team First Blood now losing space on the map, going to be also losing their blue buff.
Yeah, the entire gold deficit is now be even up. You know, I'm interested to see the items now, to be honest. Like the deep, oh, here we go, wall charge before the item.
Damien with a wild charge, but didn't have the follow-up available. Everybody else was on the back side. Now it's Gina pushing. Cold World gonna be in trouble, still gonna be alive, but finally getting taken down. Here comes the circling Eagle. Nate gonna be in trouble. Feathered Airstrike not gonna be enough here. Gina taking quite a bit of damage, does not want to get hit again by that Lord. Able to grab 2 kills so far. Lord's gonna be up here. Promise is hunting for Gina, looking for the Thunder Clap. There's the wind chant though. Now it's Promise that made the mistake. Smelled blood, unfortunately could not get the kill. Overextends, and now the Lord up for the taking here for Team First Blood. Do they want to go ahead and push Fallen and Damien back? Certainly with a committed. Everybody going towards Fallen. Even if he eats somebody up, it's not going to be enough. Killing spree for Gina, and that's going to be a Lord going in the hands of Team First Blood.
Oh my god, it's like a shark smelling blood. By the way, that's a myth. You know, I was watching a YouTube video how far shark can smell blood, but that was literally shark smelling blood, right? The Promise going from the other side of the map, chasing into all the way close to your base just to get the Irithel there. But beautiful, beautiful timing on the wind chant, as you pointed out, to save his life, to turn the whole fight around. To be honest, if Irithel died there, to be honest, it could have been the whole fight going to Team Simpsons' pocket. They can then move on to the Lord and maybe just walk away with the game. But now the whole table has been completely shifted around again, 180 degrees.
Yeah, I mean, it's those small decisions that you talked about, Dave. So already, tier 2 turret on the top side is going to be taken. They've got to deal with this Lord here in the bottom lane, but you're just going to see turret after turret converted here. Meanwhile, Promise quite low. Do they grab the kill? It's Gina that does grab it. The Lord finally goes down here, but Promise is out of the picture. And Team First Blood looking to assault the base, crack it open of the Simpsons. Look at Iona getting the black shoes out, able to provide a distraction. There's going to be the wild charge, still holding on to the turret, but look at Demonic Force in the backside. Looking for Cole. Into the fountain he goes. And he's able to grab the kill. And a worthy sacrifice from Luffy here. Now looking to end it. Team First Blood able to get the 2 out of 3 turrets. They're going to be working on the crystal here, and that's going to be as they even it out 1-1. Team First Blood taking game 2.
Oh my goodness. The snowball we talked about, right? You correctly pointed out, they cracked the meatball. That actually just turned around everybody's expectations. You know, a lot of people after a draft was finished was saying that Team Simpson has the better draft. And from the face value of it, it seems like they have the front line, they have the initiation of the wild charge. You know, they should have the territorial advantage going to any like objective fight in a way. But TFB, the better macro in this game was shown at a full display, really, right? You have Kid finding those flanks, finding those like shutdown, especially with a Joybot on the third clone ego onto the far side every time, because it cracked open the back line, which is the main damage dealer from mid game to, I guess it's throughout the entire game really, before 1-1 really come online. They were able to just shut down the entire side, the stacking effect, the snowball effect, or should I say the meat shield effect. Because if your backline is dead, then what's the front line for, right? What's all the tankiness for? Like then, so that very good job from Joybot there on the Circling Eagle from the Mathilda, coupling with Kid, just beautiful synergy. I mean, I guess that's why they named themselves the same thing, right? Joy Kid, Joy Bodge. It's really good synergy.
Yeah, synergy definitely showing there, and the whole meatball metaphor, right? It's unfortunately for them, they weren't able to capitalize on the very tanky lineup that they had, the front line, I should say. There was moments where we saw Cole World actually pull some amazing things off, even Nate, but unfortunately, that kind of that fast pace, that momentum based team composition that Team First Blood went with just worked in their favor. Look at how much damage they had, right? I mean, it was a massive at one point. And, like you said too, eventually Gina was just going to get to the point where they're online, right? They have the items that they need. And it's a lot easier to just be an Irithyll, pop sprint, and just auto attack, right? With a heavy crossbow.
Yeah.
Like the damage is there. And it's hard to escape that because when you have an Irithyll against you, as much as possible, when the heavy crossbow and the sprint is popped, you want to disengage. But that's so hard to do when Joybodge is also playing the Matilda, because it allows Gina to reposition and get back into a position where she can just unload on you even if you disengage. So that's what we saw there. And at some point, you just had too much damage to work with. And, we're going to see here in the highlights, Dave.
Yeah, dude, that Circling Eagle just plays such a crucial role here. And this is the dive. They kept on finding those trades. Even though on the top side they lost the tower for Team First Blood, but they're able to find the trade on the bottom side and then turn it all around into their own favor, into their own advantage. Here we go, Joybot. This is where you don't want to Circle Eagle onto a 1-1 who try to proc the weakness points. And this is the thing we're talking about, right? TFB get punished because Kiss started the Lord with 1 HP, and Promise is finding those crucial thunderclap to turn the fight all around.
Yeah, that was a questionable moment, right? Kid did go down, but things just started turning around again. This is the synergy you were talking about early on, right? And we saw them just playing really well. They made mistakes too, don't get me wrong. Team First Blood made a couple mistakes, like we mentioned with Kid. They're deciding to take on that Lord, but they still managed it very well. They knew their assignment, right? They knew the game plan, and 15 minute game is still, I don't want to say it's super fast, but it's still a quickish game, right? In terms of they didn't allow that scaling to happen for the Simpsons, because I feel like if that would have been a 20+ minute game, it would have been a little bit more difficult, because then you have a harder time getting those tanks down, getting to Cole World, getting to Nate. I mean, it could have happened differently, but thankfully for them, they were able to end the game at the 15-minute mark, and now they've evened the score to 1-1 here. Again, I got to say, in terms of the best of fives, especially in the semifinals, you want to see these games go the distance. You want to see it played out to the fullest. You want to see these teams, how they change things up from game to game. Again, this time we saw it was Team First Blood. It's like, hey, we liked some of those heroes that you played with previous game. We'll take them this game, right?
Yeah. So, with that being said, it's now 1-1 across the board, completely even in the best out of 5. And now we're walking to the third game ban draft, with now Team First Blood once again taking the first pick, first ban, and Team Simpsons taking the second pick, second ban. When you're watching the stream, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn a bell on to all notification bells, and share the stream with your friends. Get your parents, get your grandparents to come here and watch the stream, and get their grandparents or their friends to come here and watch the stream. It's just, you know, it's very, very important, right, that we share this wonderful moment in the community. Now, the first ban is coming out. We do have Valentina as well as 1-1 being taken out from Team Simpsons.
Sorry, I just pictured, you know, being here in the Philippines. I know there's a lot of Filipino viewers too. And it's like, you know, early in the morning and they're getting their grandparents or their lolas and lolos and they're like, hey, watch NACT with me, you know, over a cup of coffee and pandesal. And anyway, you know, that being said, I gotta say, Team First Blood and the Simpsons, like, I feel like these two teams specifically are very well matched in terms of the drafting style, the play style across the board. Like, if you just look at each lane, right, they're very unique in their own way, but they're on a what I would say like a similar level, right? Because and that's to be said about some of the weaknesses that I see too. Both teams make mistakes in terms of positioning and in terms of some of the decision making that they're making on those objectives, specifically Lords, right? So what I want to see again for game number 3, and I think we're going to see a similar banning phase, right, which just opens the doors again, is what do you want to prioritize? Now, was that 1-1 priority valuable? You know, was it a good choice? Again, I still think it was, because 1-1 is one of those heroes that is a safe first priority pick, but still, you got to be able to play around it. Now, I think they would have been better off if they didn't have a Barrett's, right? If they didn't have a Barrett's jungle. Something a little more proactive. Maybe even they went in that route of not necessarily assassin jungle, but something that can be a little more proactive and not just be that third beefy boy, right, for the team. So I want to see how they play around that. There's the Claude ban coming out. I'm wondering too if we're going to see another maybe it's a Roam ban coming out from the Simpsons here.
Yeah, I think you're so absolutely correct on that, because last game we mentioned this meatball metaphor, right? Talking about how beefy the front line really is. At the same time, it's at a cost of losing damage, right? And also, you know, with Barrett, as you mentioned, it's the decent pick all around, but in that particular case, it's going against the Paquito jungle, which is really mobile, so it's really hard for you to get the Daytona's wall come in, and we see him pulling off once or twice, but I think the most important takeaway from the last match is that both teams make a lot of mistakes, you know, and they, in a third game, can they correct and fine-tune some of the mistakes and really play together? Last match, if Team Simpsons was, like, you know, play more together with their mid lane, where Nate wasn't caught off so much, right? Because the Farsa was being caught off with Circle and Eagle over and over again, right? So if he's able to play with the team a little bit more, and the team rotate to objective a little bit more tightly together, maybe Farsa can be more effective in that game. So are we going to see those being corrected in this match? Now let's see Melissa's on the table, and with 1-1 and Claude being taken away, we might see that being one of the first picks, including Grok. Ooh,
that was fast. that was a fast lock in here from the Simpsons. I was wondering too, Dave. I was like, you know, priority pick for Team First Blood. I wasn't expecting the Ballman. So that kind of caught me off guard, and then like right away, boom, here comes the Lily and Paquito, right? The response from the Simpsons. So again, those are great options. Balmond is also a lot of the times Balmond is, I feel like, one of the safest jungle picks that you can have. Just with the lethal counter retribution combination, should allow you to really contest those objectives throughout the entirety of the game. Even if you're the only one there, like your team's not there, it's actually easy for Ballmans just to roll up and be like, all right, thanks for the objective. They steal it from you, right? So on top of that, though, Team First Blood taking the Matilda early on, along with the Esmeralda. Those are great options here, Dave.
Yeah, I was this is where it's interesting because Grok is still on the table, and then obviously Team Simpsons has the first pick in the next phase. So I think this will be most likely banned away because it's just so strong in early game, especially on top of a Lilia. It can just straight up destroy the early game. And then just a Lilia alone, this is actually exactly what TFB did to Simpsons in the last game, right? With the first Lilia and Poquito pick. So we might see some reverse snowballing, right? Irothel and Bruno just heavily focus on those marksmen that can't do well against Melissa. I mean, Dairos is not being banned. And also, we know it can be taken away. It's a 100-0 kind of matchup against Esmeralda. Is that something that Team Simpsons considering in the next phase? Obviously, you don't have to pick it if it's not banned. You can save it until last pick and just really secure the Grok. But you also don't have to do that either because Mathilda is something that already being locked in by TFB. So you really don't have to contest anything. No. I gotta say, going into this phase for Simpsons, they have a lot of choices. You know, they really have a lot of choices here.
Yeah, I think there's the Dairoth ban, by the way. So that would have been a great option. I think it's also a solid ban to allow the Esmeralda the best lane possible, right? So, you know, what do you want to take for a roam for the Simpsons, right? The Atlas was taken out. There's no Matilda available to you. There's still quite a few picks that you can go with. But, you know, at this point, again, do we see the Simpsons go with a very... what was the term you used last time? Squishy, right? Squishy lineup, because the thing is it can work for a lot of teams. If you just go with a fast-paced, momentum-based lineup, it could work. But still, you want to be able to take care of the Melissa. There's the Grok, like you mentioned. I think that's probably your best option right now, because still you can do a lot of work, like we've been saying for the past 2 games with the Lilia, and now you have a Grok. The hardest part about Grok is, so far, with just these 3 picks from TFB, is finding the appropriate wild charges, like finding those setups, because again, anytime a Matilda is on the field, it's that the amount of mobility, not only in herself as a hero, but also that she provides for the team, is something that you have to consider. And Grok is he's so setup reliant that if you don't land the wild charge or you whiff it, what do you do? Like, what is your use, right? Here's a wall, and that's about it. It's tough, so you got to be on point with the wild charges.
Oh, Julian, the forgotten legend. To be honest, Julian was once upon a time must-banned character. You know, ever since they nerfed the cooldown from 7 seconds to 10 seconds in the early stages, this character just fall off the god tier, you know, level, right? It's been barely picked and now finally shown up. I still think it's one of the strongest mid lane choices because you only level 3 to unlock all your skills compared to any other character. You unlock the entire combo, the entire burst damage, right? If you land the chain combo, if you land anything else, it can be devastating. And we have Beatrix as well. So this entire early game seems pretty strong for TFB, and they also can snowball well. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have Amon being taken out. The Assassins, as we mentioned before the entire series started. Now, Amon, as a jungle choice, is actually really, really flexible. He can also secure objective really well. It's similar to Belmont, but in a different way, you know, in a more stylish way, should I say. So, like, this is really just a contest of retry now, to be honest.
There's a debate amongst some of the casters. What's better, Eamon or Gusion, right? And a lot of people still like Eamon better, or like we like to poke fun and say Aamon. If you guys get the reference, you know what I'm talking about. So
Aamon.
Aamon. But when you were talking about a fallen legend, I thought you were actually talking about Beatrix, because you know we haven't seen much of Beatrix ever since the nerfs, right? The changes. I mean, she still pops up here and there, but yeah, I mean, at one point Julian was just as dominant as Beatrix was, but we'll see how this all plays out. I mean, both teams have very interesting team compositions, but we are going to be loading up into the Land of Dawn for game number 3 here between Team First Blood and the Simpsons.
Wow, right off the bat, both teams are contesting for the mid with Simpsons. Now on the red side, they have the Grok, the Lilia instantaneously swiping through the minion wave, and looks like they might make an entry into the blue side jungle, but they're not going to be too much to find. So both sides, if you look at the draft right now, I think it's pretty evened up. It's kind of hard for me to tell which side have the upper hand. It comes down to who can start the snowball, right? Like if TIB, it seems like they might have a better chance of doing it. But if TIB start a snowball, like it's gonna be kind of hard for Simpsons with Esmeralda into the late game, with Beatrix into the late game. But the same argument can be made to the other side. And you have a Melissa. We know about the Melissa 1v5 potential into the late game, with Baquito, like, you know, the snowball potential as well. So this is an interesting match to watch. And here we go. Already a little bit of aggression onto the top side.
Yeah, I mean, I think with both these team compositions, we don't see a pre-first hurdle pickoff early on. They just want, at this point, want to be able to grab those level 4s, unlock those ultimates, and then really contest that first hurdle. Now, that's where I feel like the Simpsons are going to have a little bit a harder time or their work cut out for them, because again, you're going against Kid on this Ballman, has the jungle emblem, has the lethal counter retribution combination. But this is where, once again, Amon is, I feel like a lot of people are just surprised about the amount of damage that is actually into his kit that he can pull off.
Yeah, endless shards. Once you get those shards onto the ground and then you just throw one ultimate, it might be it. Here we go, already stacking shards. It all depends on whether he gets the 18 shards onto the ground first before the lethal counter is going to be issued. Here we go. He gets it.
Wild charge gonna come in, but Kid, look at the damage there. That's gonna be the first blood already coming out for Promise. Able to secure the first blood of the game, start the momentum, but here comes Luffy, forcing out the flicker. Can they grab a kill? Joybotch quite low too. Nate popping the black shoes, able to zone them out a little bit here, but look at Gina lining up the shot, can't land it. That's gonna be a disengage for now, but first blood going over to the Simpsons here.
Yeah, Simpson Verver, well done. Even with the lethal counter securing the objective on the bottom side, it's a marksman on marksman violence. You know, it seems like trade off on skills, and both sides lose similar amount of HP, but power dive.
Tons of members from the Simpsons focusing on Gina. Oh, there's no flicker, wild charge. Damien able to land a kill himself, and he says that's how you start on the Grok. So able to secure the kill there. They're happy with it. And again, this is something you really want to focus on, but look at that. They're going to be trading their own resources for that, and we'll see how that plays out for them.
Oh, a little bit of trade-off, vertical jungling, but again, pretty peaceful, to be honest. So far, it's only 1,000 goal lead to Team Simpsons, and you know what else is in the lead? We're actually going to give you guys the lead by giving you a little bit of magic dust. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching the stream right now, a code will be displayed. Make sure to use the code right now with the redemption link in description to redeem your free magic dust. Do not hesitate. Only the first 50 users will get this magic dust. So make sure to redeem it right now. Open up your app and start getting those free stuff. Oh, here we go on the bottom side though. Curl would have to pop the ultimate just to keep himself alive.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and then get a lot of that extra gold from the turret. They're going to be happy that Gina needs that too, right? Especially after going down just a little bit ago there. Needs all the extra gold that Gina can get. And you're going to see the focus, again, a lot on those gold lanes to try to set them up for success. But across the map on the top side, Team First Blood beelining it to this turtle. They should be able to grab this without much contest, but everybody making their way. It might reset as well. Here comes Damien looking for the wild charge, does land it. Can they grab the kill? Kid does fall. Ayano going to be the next focus. There's the flicker in. Promise able to get that one. Now Joybotch going to be in trouble here, but Damien charging up, able to grab the kill. It's a 3-4. It's actually just 3 down here. It's not going to be a trade at all. The Simpsons are just in a dominating place right now. They're also going to be grabbing the turtle here. And this is on the, I would say, the shoulders of Damien. Like we were talking about in the draft, how do you utilize the Grok? And honestly, he's been landing those wild charges. He's been landing those walls for them. Now Cole Ward on the bottom side. Gina thought it was a 1v1. Fortunately, it wasn't, because here came Nate.
Yeah, to tilt the balance and find a kill. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what's more exciting? We got the King of Potato returning from the Potato Land to joining guys back under the caster's desk. So without further ado, I'm going to welcome back my good friend, Private Dancer.
Hey, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? And what a dominating game to return at right now. Simpsons 0-7 with an almost 3K gold lead on Team First Blood right now, NASA.
Welcome back. Good to have you back, man. And shout out to Dave too. Now, yeah, welcome to the dominating game. It's the Simpsons show right now, literally. And so they're going to be grabbing another turret. That's, I mean, they've got the space, they've got the advantage, they've got kills on all the right people too. And at this point, I mean, Team First Blood, they're going to be on the defense for a while because look at the damage output already. Nate going into the turret, still holding on to the black shoes, doesn't need to commit it just yet. Kid looking to force it out though, as he does. Colward there to help him out too, but they're going to push Kid back. But everybody else coming. There's the circling eagle into enemy territory. Joybod's going to get punished for that. Pulling the trigger a little bit too early now. Luffy going to be the focus. Fallen can't get the kill just yet, so they only grab one. But now looking to assault the mid lane here. Turret going to be the next objective that they take, and they just continue this snowball, this dominance effects for the Simpsons.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem when you're so far behind and you need to make something happen. Joybot's trying to latch on to somebody, but the rest of the team just not in a position to take advantage of it. They are trying to get maybe contest this Purple Lord a little bit. You see them trying to stake up a decent position right now.
Yep, there's Joybot circling the eagle again. I'm not sure why, but Joybot pulling the trigger for a circling eagle out of place. There's Damien whiffing the wild charge, not able to get it, but Gina going to be the focus here, forcing the flicker in response. So interesting there. Damien, again, he's landed multiple wild charges. That one able to just force some flickers out. So that's actually great. They're also able to grab another objective. Big items being picked up here too for the Simpsons as the scaling of snowball continues.
Yeah, and you can already see they're so far ahead here. We see that Melissa already does have that Berserker's Fury and the Wind Talker, so she's gonna be like, oh my god. And down goes Joybaj again. And this is just the problem when you're so far behind, especially with a team like the Simpsons, who can keep on that aggression, who can keep on pressing the matter. They're not gonna give you that opening, and you're basically waiting for them to make a mistake. And when you're at that point, I mean, you're just basically praying to those Mobile Legends gods for something to happen during your base defense if you're Team First Blood.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in, and they're actually going to be looking to still hold on to this tier 2 if they can, but they just don't have the fighting power to actually contest right now. You're talking about an 8K gold lead for the Simpsons. Ugh, that's really hard, but already Joybaj actually going to go in with the circling eel, looking to focus on Cole here, but look at that, the get away from me. They're able to grab the kill. Ayano taking that one, so they put him on the board here, but look at Promise making his way. Kid's gonna be the focus here. Can he grab the kill? That's a killing spree for Promise, and now they're just unleashing on Team First Blood. They're like, you know what, you got a kill, well, we got 2, we're happy with it.
Yeah, and I mean, they came in, they had a plan. I mean, it's not even about execution right now because Team First Blood, Joybaj is coming in. He came in with Kid. They tried to latch on. Joybaj coming in with that go away to kind of prevent them from latching on to Nate there. Joybaj, or Cold World did get taken down, but again, like you said, Team First Blood lost 2 for that engagement. And I mean, it's a tough position. Do you want to, you have to be almost choosing where you want to have this standoff, either at the base, or do you want to try to push and make something happen and force that? Because right now, I mean, it's basically just, I mean, you're basically choosing which way you want to lose, unless you can force out a mistake from them. But and over here at the Lord, they can't even contest it. Fallen's gonna go ahead and pick that up without too much of an issue.
That's a tough decision, Private. How do you want to lose? You know, how do you want to play? How do you want to approach a game? You know, and that's the thing, though. It's true because it's massive right now for the Simpsons, right? So you need, if you're Team First Blood, you need to pull a miracle out of your hat here in this defense. It is only a, it's only a normal Lord, but at the same time, you're dealing with a massive item gap here. And you can bet that the Simpsons might just try to end the game like they did in their previous game in game 1, right? When they have this Lord, this normal one, they are going to be able to secure that first turret of the base, cracking it open here, looking to force a situation. Gina does go down heavy, and there's the spins coming out here. I was about to say heavy spin, but that's just spinning to win. Kid, they're happy with 2 turrets. The Simpsons, there's a wild charge coming out from Damien, though. Another kill, and just like that, member after member is going to fall for Team First Blood. The Simpsons, though, the triple kill right there for Fallen, and just in a similar fashion with a normal Lord, the Simpsons takes game number 3.
And that just goes to show, especially while it looks like a wipe, while a lot of comments sometimes come out about, oh, you gapped, it comes to the point when you're so far behind, when you're talking about a team that as soon as you give them an inch, they take that and they keep running with it. They don't make mistakes. They make sure that their rotations are tight, and that they're kind of trying to force out these engagements from you. And for a team like the Simpsons, once you give them that little bit of an inch, they're going to run a mile with it. And we've seen how well they do with that. And a tough position for Team First Blood.
Yeah, it's... the whole snowball factor is really apparent here in this game. And just looking at it, I mean, 1 kill for Team First Blood, right? It's tough to see, but I just feel like they didn't ever get a chance to get a footing, because the Simpsons, they just punish from minute 1, right? And that's kind of the story that we saw here. Even with Cold World, he didn't really have to do too much on this Melissa, because everything was just set up so well. And it was, I don't know what it is with the Simpsons, but they like these fast-paced games if they can get them, right? 10 minutes, 50-second game. They, across the board, just very dominant in terms of objectives, the way that they played, the synergy, the setups. Everything was there for them. And I gotta call it out, Team First Blood. It looks like Joybodge was just trying to force anything that he could. Sometimes it wasn't going to work out for them, and he pulled the circling eagle when no one was there to back him up, or sometimes it was just a bad decision to use it and usually put him out of place, and then he fell, and that it contributed to that snowball factor for the Simpsons. But even if Joybodge found the right circling eagles, they didn't have the damage. That's one thing that they lacked from the beginning of the game, because again, you need time to build that up. And with that early death coming out from Gina, even, here we see the BOD picked up. By that time, it's almost too late. This is already a 8K gold lead for the Simpsons.
Yeah, the execution on the side of the Simpsons has just been amazing, especially for this game where you have that Balmond in the early. All they had to do really was to kind of shut him down, kind of hold and press against him. Once that was it, especially with an Amon. I mean, we already know, like, assassins don't really have the greatest time in the jungle. When you're taking on a jungle, when you're talking about, when you're taking on the Balmond with a jungle emblem, we already know a Balmond clears probably one of the fastest clearers right now. But then going against an Amon, it just kind of shows the Simpsons. There was one point where it was just 4 members of the Simpsons, which allowed Amon to be able to solo the Lord by himself, while only 4 members were able to kind of push out the rest of Team First Blood. And like you said, the Matilda, Joybodge having a little bit of trouble there, trying to make something happen. And like I said, it's a tough decision to make when you're behind, when you either choose, how do you want this to go out? Do you want to fight it with them all coming? Do you want to stay there in the back just trying to defend, waiting for a mistake, or do you want to go out and try to force that? Unfortunately, if you're going to make decisions like that, I feel like your entire team needs to be on board with it as well. Your entire team needs to be like, all right, let's all try to make it. I mean, at least your entire team dies together if you do end up dying with that. But you can't just have those one-offs, because, like, I mean, you put yourself at Matilda by herself. It's going to put you at a disadvantage when she gets taken off the board, or somebody else there. But I mean, not just Team First Blood, but just great execution by the Simpsons.
Yeah, it's not only that. I mean, the fact is, in a team composition or in that game where your only option is just to literally hold on for dear life. Like, that is your game plan, right? And you try to drag it out as much as possible. Having a Matilda there doesn't really allow you to do that so well, because her kit is meant for either disengaging, but how far can you disengage when you're in your base, right? And at the same time, when you have a Grok across from you who can actually, like, his kit is meant to force you in a bad situation, to give them the upper hand, putting literally a wall behind you and then wild charging into it, or just sometimes it's even that flicker wild charge combo is all it takes, right? So there's, I mean, even if that is your game plan, to just turtle up in your base, farm as much as possible, who knows how that would have played out, but it doesn't actually happen because of the Grok. The Grok was there, right? And a lot of the times that's what we see there. It just works out so well on forcing those situations for the upper hand. But that's pretty much all we can say about game 3. We are going to be heading into the draft here for game 4 ahead of us.
Yeah, we're going to see if Team First Blood has a plan in mind. It kind of seems like their early game has been quite frustrating as far as either their synergy or their rotations, because you got to be tight as a team, especially up here, the top 4 of NA right now. We know Team First Blood has that ability. We've seen it before from them. We've seen it last season when they went to the finals. So they do have that. It's just once you get put out, once you get a disadvantage on your team, can you maintain that focus? Can you just kind of calm it out, take a breath, and then go back to what you're executing or your plan was? And that's what we're going to see here. Can they do that right now? It's 2-1 right now. And this is make or break time for Team First Blood.
Yeah, match point here. And it's kind of crazy because both games where the Simpsons won, it was quite dominant, right? It was quite fast. It was, they knew the game that they had. They knew that assignment that they had, and they punished for it. So I feel like if you're Team First Blood, you've got to be aware of that by now. I mean, you're in the semifinals, you know how they like to play, and what they did previously was actually take some of those heroes and play it themselves. I don't think they have to do that. They are going to be getting, 2 choices here after this first priority pick from the Simpsons. So I think they want to be really crucial in how they set that up. And that's the thing. Do you prioritize your roam pick to have more of a comfortable roam for Joybotch? Possibly. Right now, one of the games, his famous Cho was banned, right? But do they want to take the risk of prioritizing a roam and to set themselves up for success? Or how do they want to approach this? That's the thing here, because already across the board, the Simpsons is going to go ahead and secure the Lilia, who has been, dominant in globally. Lilia has been a great option in the mid lane, able to do so much. And just, again, the Black Shoes is such a powerful ultimate to have, because you can get everything out that you need to, or try to, crucial ultimates. Sometimes it's even spells, right? And that is a great choice. But now Team First Blood still loving this Paquito. And what is the second pick going to be here? It's actually going to be a Claude. So they take the Paquito, they take the Claude. How are you feeling about this, Private?
I like the Claude. Paquito, you got the early game damage there. You've got a bit more mobility. Claude, you're kind of reining into the mid to late game with you're waiting for him to pick up that Demon Hunter, waiting for him to pick up that Golden Staff to where he can start shredding down the enemy. And he can even if it's tankier players or him diving into the back line to get to your squishy heroes, he can just be so maneuverable. But you have to make it to that point in the game. You can't just focus on that. Last game, I feel like that's kind of the problem to me. I'm not the greatest lover of a support roam, just because I feel like when you do get behind, your support, because you want that support roam, you want to have kind of tankiness in front of it, because your support's not going to be able to fill that role. He's and maybe not even have the sets that you want. So if you're behind, that support has no job, especially if your team's getting dunked on. There's not much that they can do. So maybe something with a bit more sets here for them. We do see that Diggy is picked up by the side of the Simpsons, a kind of like a counter to a potential Atlas pick. But Luffy going to go ahead and pick up the Esmeralda, a dominating force in that XP lane, and hopefully able to go ahead and cut lanes and join the team faster when it comes to those objectives. And then that's what I like from Team First Blood right now. The Paquito and the Esmeralda might have a lot more to offer in those opening minutes and those opening objectives for Team First Blood.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about this Diggy pick too, because yes, it was an anticipation for an Atlas pick that's still left open, but at the same time, Diggy's just great at being annoying, right? I mean, like that's one thing that can work really well for any team that drafts Diggy, especially if you can annoy the enemy jungler, right? But at the same time, Time's Journey is just it's also a great ultimate to have, right? And if you're stacking that with, we don't know what the last two picks are just yet, but just having a Time Journey alone is going to allow you to have a better time in these objective-based fights later on, because again, you still have to worry about Blazing Duet, right? The speed of Claude. When Claude gets to that point, usually I would say like a 2-item Claude is pretty deadly at that point, right? In comparison to an Earthil, well, she needs, I feel like Earthil, I think Dave even said this, she almost needs like full item build, right? To a point where she's just like that heavy crossbow is just those big numbers that pop up when you're playing Earthil, and it just feels so good to be critting like that. That's Earthil. Whereas Claude is like this slow burn, but when he gets 2 items, Blazing Duet can be really scary. But because you have a Diggy there to help you out, I know it's just a little bit of protection when that Time Journey is popped. It still is very valuable to work with, right? And again, I want to see how they round those last 2 picks out for the Simpsons. But Team First Blood, if they can get if they can get on the right foot, especially with a Paquito, and allowing Claude to just go ahead and hopefully have a safe early game, that could be that first step that they need, right? So we're already, interesting ban too. The Angela ban is there, coming out from the Simpsons. Also the Matilda.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. I mean, I see it. The Angela, the old school seasons past Angela and Esmeralda combo, and honestly, she kind of combos with anybody on that team right now, the Paquito, Claude, or Esmeralda. The interesting thing about the Diggy pick here is Paquito. Early game, I feel like Paquito crushes Diggy. He doesn't have that big a life HP there. Not only that, but Time's Journey is something that Luffy is going to be like a buffet at with an Esmeralda, going to come in there, absorb all those shields, absorb all of that health that he's going to be getting back there. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to utilize this Diggy, because I feel like there's a lot of targets on Diggy right now that could potentially take him out of the game before, or reverse or counter his usefulness to the team. And I think we were talking about it before, Guzhin coming in here. It's something that you've been saying you've seen a lot of overseas, and we're going to see how well Team First Blood is. Basically, they're pulling everything out right now. They are definitely going to be trying 110% here. Do not want to go home early.
Yeah, that's why I had the reaction I did. I wanted to see it played here today specifically, and I love this, right? I feel like Team First Blood is a very rounded out draft. They also taken this Grok as a last pick here. So it's the Simpsons. I mean, they've got a Vendetta. They've also got a Dairoth there to help them with that matchup against the Esmeralda. I think it's, across the board, Simpsons have a good lane matchups. Also, the Diggy is the question mark here. How will they utilize that? How will that work for them? And even I believe, that's a jungle Vendetta. So same thing. How does a jungle Vendetta do against a Guzhin, right? How is that going to play out? Especially when we get to objectives, man? That I feel like this is just going to be crazy team fights, crazy clashes. But again, Team First Blood, because they have that Grok, because they have everything else, their setups are going to be amazing. And whereas Simpsons, they're going to be looking to push and pull, and really work around, especially that Time Journey that they have, Private.
Yeah, mobility being on the side of the Simpsons, but I mean, little else as far as that composition. They've got the burst damage, and they've got something to kind of carry them into the late, into that early game. Like as you said, good lane matchups here, but is that going to be enough against the composition that is well-rounded, has the tankiness, has the damage, has that late game carry potential in it? We're about to find out as we are moving on to game 4, the Simpsons taking on Team First Blood, and hoping that Team First Blood can go ahead and take this to a game 5.
Yeah, I'd love to see it go the distance. Hopefully it does. Again, Team First Blood is going to want to be able to set the pace, but at the same time, if they take it to the late game, I think they'll be okay, right? With everything that they have drafted, especially the way that Claude should scale into the game, the setups that you get from Joybodge. And again, speaking off, previous game, I think Joybodge will have an easier time finding those setups, whereas if you accidentally pull the trigger too early on that Grok instead of like a Matilda, you're not going to be as it's not as punishable, I would say, where you have a little more leeway to work with. So I think that's going to be crucial for Team First Blood if they really do want to take this to a game 5. And at the same time, just give Gina the vacation mode that Gina deserves, right? We already see both roams just planning themselves up there, because the same can be said for Cold World. You need to be able to just allow Cold World to farm up as much as possible. Irithyll needs a little bit more time, like we mentioned. So I think here, as the first turtle of the game is going to be popping up here, you're going to see exactly how these skirmishes play out, how these things set up here, but already in the bottom side.
Oh, yeah, they came in there. Yano does get taken out as he latched on the promise. And so they do punish the Gujin for that early invade, take them all the way back to the tower. And it's going to set them up for a great position here for this first turtle. We do see a little bit of a 2v2 here. Joybodge kind of lurking around the corner, but it does look like this. Oh, Kid able to steal that away. The Retry Fu on him at maximum effect here. So he's going to go ahead and snatch that up for Team First Blood.
It's kind of funny too, because this whole time we were thinking, Gushin was going to be in the jungle, right? But Gushin's in the mid lane, and typically we've just seen him jungling. So, with Kid just walking up there, even though that it did go down, able to grab the turtle. Here we go.
Yeah, and Coldwell coming here, trying to put on a little bit of a defense here. Yano in a little bit of trouble, does get taken out by Nate. So it is a 2-0 game here in favor of the Simpsons, even though Team First Blood did find themselves able to kind of make up for it with their turtle grab, but still having a little problem in the laning phase of this game.
Yeah, so, I guess this is up for debate. Like, how do people feel about mid Gushin, right, in the current setup that he is and with the changes that he had? Because honestly, the biggest success that I've seen him is in the jungle. But again, you kind of, because the thing is if you get too behind on Gushin, you have a hard time, but already top time.
Yeah. The Blazing Duet did come out there and not able to go ahead and pick up the kills there, but does drop the Simpsons very low. And this is just showing, oh man, Nate has to go ahead and activate those black shoes there as Kid getting slowed down by those bombs. You see Fallen coming onto Joybodge, who's going to do a wild charge there. A lot of damage coming out. Nate gets taken down. Fallen is going to retreat back to the base. So they finally put a kill on the board for Team First Blood.
So I was just saying before all that broke out was, if you get too far behind on Ayano, you're going to have a hard time. But he does have Mystery Shop already picking up his first item of the game too. And so that will allow him to have a little bit of a better time if they can get the combinations off that they need to. You can already see him playing around Joybodge a lot, really looking for setups here. And still, with this next turtle of the game coming up, this could be where we see how Team First Blood plays around it, how they play around Damien specifically, as they wait for Fallen to pretty much grab the buffs that he needs and make his way to this turtle.
Yeah, we are going to go ahead and start on that. Wild Charge does pop up. Promise. We do see that Blazing Duet coming out, and the Time Journey. Damien getting taken out right now, and Kid follows up. Gina does take out Nate. Yano goes down as well. This is tied up right now. It is a 3-for-2 exchange in favor of Team First Blood, and I'm not even sure who got that turtle, but it does look like Team First Blood starting to pick up more, and I feel like the composition starts to favor them as we start getting a little bit more and deeper into this game.
Yeah, and so a lot is happening here. This is what we can expect in the game 4, right? Again, with these two compositions, already first items being picked up by the majority of the members for both teams, and still, like, this is what you need, right? Even with Gina just having that DHS on the way to the next item, you could see, right, the amount of, I guess, DPS that Blazing Duet provides. But at the same time, we saw Cole able to grab a kill for himself. That's going to be crucial, but here on the bottom side.
Yeah, Bravo's going to get taken out. He meets a quad of Team First Blood there. They put another kill up on the board. And I mean, and they're probably going to be able to take this bottom tower, as you see answering back the Simpsons at mid. Gina going in with the Blazing Duet is going to be, does able to get that battle mirror image to get back out to safety. But Damien and Promise get taken out there. So, I mean, things starting to look up for Team First Blood as they are starting to put on the pressure, starting to answer these lanes and the even the counter pushes by the side of the Simpsons.
Oh, Ayano landed the dagger, but they're not going to commit to it. So again, that's what I was saying, right? You saw that even with the Time's Journey, Blazing Duet. Oh.
Yeah, we can see Cole gets taken out there alongside Damien. So a great fight right now. Luffy takes out Nate as well. That is 3 kills for the side of Team First Blood. So if you thought they were out of it with that last match, they are putting on a very dominating performance right now. Promise is going to be able to go ahead and push onto the tower. And Team First Blood in a great position for this turtle. Not really much that the Simpsons can do to answer that. They're going to go ahead and turn their attention to try to protect these lanes. We do see minions pushing up at the top. The turtle does get picked up easily by First Blood as well, and they are in a 2k gold lead. Not completely a dominant gold lead, but I mean, they're inching their way forward.
And I got to give it up to Ayano. He's done a great job at pulling in from that 0-2 start, but here we go on the mid side.
Yeah, Coldwell putting on that damage. Kid and Luffy going to go ahead and disengage their reset on the map. Luffy going to go ahead and use that Falling Star Moon to get away and retreat. And now both teams going to go ahead, reset on the map and start looking for these towers. Yeah,
so that, again, this is what I was saying in the draft, right? We're going to see the Simpsons, like, their push-pull strategy is really strong, especially when they have a Diggy there available to them, plus the Fallen on the Vendetta, who really hasn't been able to do too much, I would say, just yet. But again, that is a win condition in itself. Vendetta able to go ahead and split push, put pressure around the map if that's what he has to do. But at the same time, you want to be here for the team fights, right? Because it's Team First Blood feeling very comfortable with that 2k gold lead, like you mentioned. And they grab another kill on Damien here. This is the downside of a Diggy, right? You're very squishy, and Fallen just going to be forced out of the jungle here. And there you go.
Yeah, Joey Buzz does miss that wild charge. Black Boots and Black Shoes has been activated, but Nate gets taken down anyway. The damage from Kid and that Gujin just too much for them to manage. And you were talking about the squishiness of this team. There is nobody to really tank this damage. And if you aren't pressing, if you aren't taking advantage of that damage, oh my God, Luffy gets taken out by Promise down at this bottom lane. But here comes Kid and Joy Buzz going to try to counter this. Promise just wants this tower. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get it. Putting on the damage does get cleaned up by Kid.
See, that's the thing, right? You were just mentioning who is going to be the one to tank things for you. Really no one. I mean, even Promise, like, he's not going to be, you know, that durable hero that you need. He's kind of just there to shred Team First Blood, and hopefully they have damage in Cole later on, because everything else is just kind of a push-pull, disengage type hero, flashy, you know, with falling on this Vendetta. But that can work as well. It's just, again, allowing yourself to get the amount of items and gold on the proper heroes, which is Cole. Like, Cole World, as soon as he has, you know, 3-4 items, that is going to be a big threat for Team First Blood.
Yeah, and I mean, easily enough, though, the Simpsons are down about 6 or 7 kills. Oh, another wild charge comes in. We do see that time journey coming out, activated. Joybaj gets popped up by the Lord. Is that going to be enough? He gets taken out by Nate there, and we are still fighting up at the Lord. Gina gets taken out by Cold World there. Kid with that reverse time gets popped back right into Fallen's hands. So another kill picked up by the Simpsons. It is a 1 for 3 in favor of the Simpsons. Davian gonna go ahead and get an escape. Locks on that time reverse onto Luffy, who is in a bad way at that blue buff, is still trying to put on the damage on the Nate, but is probably gonna be able to disengage. You see Fallen here putting on the damage to this Lord. Luffy has taken, is gonna try to harass as best he can, but there's nothing he can do. Getting juked by Nate's black boots there. Promise coming in, trying to put on the damage. I don't think that Team First Blood is going to be able to get this Fallen. Picking up that Lord, and now the Simpsons in a great position. Joybot's gonna have to use that flicker to get out of the way. The damage raining down onto him. In comes Gina God Mode with Gushin as well. Are they gonna be able to pick up a kill? Nate goes down. Damien goes down as well, and they are in the chase, even though getting the Lord, putting behind 2 kills now. Our Team First Blood.
Whew, that was an intense couple of minutes. I mean, from the early skirmish in the jungle up to the Lord, and you know, the whole time I'm thinking the Simpsons should just pull back after they got the Lord. You know, I'm saying go back. But they pulled the trigger. They got punished a little bit, but overall they were able to get a couple of kills too. So that is big. Now they can play around with this Lord. Again, this is what you see, a very slippery team composition for the Simpsons, and that's what Team First Blood's having a trouble dealing with a little bit, right? And all the while, Cold World still building up here. Fallen, though, is going to get the attention of everybody.
Yeah, unfortunately here, Fallen just so slippery on that Vendetta, is able to kind of get away from 3 of them, allowing his team to go ahead and get that top mid turret as well. Promise might be in a little bit of trouble here. Cold World's coming to the rescue, putting on the damage there as well. And we are down to inhibitors for the side of Team First Blood. Just an amazing job by the Simpsons to turn this around just when they needed to, even without somebody to tank all that damage. Their rotations, the mobility, being able to put that damage onto the towers is really giving Team First Blood a run for their money when it comes to the macro of this game.
The tables have turned, Private, right? I mean, the gold is in favor of the Simpsons now, but even with that being said, all it is going to take for Team First Blood is a great setup from them, and that's Joybot once again, right? They have great tools to deal with, but you're talking about the setup from Team First Blood and the disengage factor for the Simpsons, but they're going for it.
Yeah, Gina comes in with that blazing duet. Luffy is on the chase right now, trying to take out Damien, and Luffy taking a heap of damage here. Here comes the time journey, but still down goes Damien. Cold World able to take down Luffy as well there, so it is a 1-for-1 trade. But up at the top, you see Dairoff with that split push. The team has finally caught on. Is he going to be able to take down that tower? It doesn't look like it. Gina noticed it in time to go ahead and save it. Oh no, but it looks like that minion's going to be able to take it down. He does. Promises on the escape right now. In comes Fallen, dancing with that Vendetta, is going to be able to find himself an escape. A great play there, especially, unfortunately, for the side of Team First Blood, focusing on Promise and allowing that minion to still put the boots to that top tower.
Promise. I mean, so like the top side pressure, it wasn't even the Vendetta that we thought, you know, Fallen wasn't the one to do that. It was Promise. And now this is going to set the Lord fight up as we see both teams crashing down for it.
Yeah, we see the blazing duet coming up on the top. Meanwhile, Promise does get taken down here. This might be in a little bit of trouble here for this Lord. We are trying to buy for it. Fallen able to pick up that Lord. Are they going to be able to get away? Kid gets taken down. Ayano gets taken down. This is bad news for Team First Blood, as they are going to have to disengage. It looks like Joybot's in a little bit of trouble here. Is going to be able to get away. Sneaking by is that giant croc, but he's going to get pulled back. Oh, Fallen gets yanked by his own speed boost there and gets pulled away from the grok. Luffy doing the best he can to try to stave off the pressure of 3 members. Not sure if he's going to be able to do it. He does activate that sprint, gets taken out and cleaned up by Nate. But we have a Luminous Lord marching his way through the top lane. And can Team First Blood hold back for this defense?
Oh man, I can't even Joybot survive that. But yeah, they have their work cut out for him here. As just a Lord, they got to deal with it. They should be fine. Gina still has the Blazing Duet, can help clear things out if they need to, but they're punching it in.
Yeah, they are. You're seeing, I mean, a great defense for the side of Team First Blood. Lanes are all kind of being synced up here right now. They are going to be able to clean up this Luminous Lord. Gina still putting on damage, not really afraid of falling, but here comes the Blazing Duet. Promise is going to go ahead and disengage from that. Bottom lane, we do have the minions kind of crashing at the turret. Team First Blood is going to go ahead and clear that up. Promise coming in on the kid. This might not be the fight he wants. We do see the Abysm Strike. Does miss, but still able to pick up the kill on the kid. We have a clash here happening at the mid inhibitor tower. Luffy does go down, and down goes that tower as well. We are at the core. This is it for Team First Blood. If they cannot defend this, Wild Charge comes in from Joybot. Cold World gets taken out by Ayano. That Gujin paying for his pick right there as Promise picks him off. Gina able to take down Follow. We are down to 10%, and that is it. Simpsons over Team First Blood. Another upset in favor of the Simpsons to clean up this match quite well.
My goodness, the Simpsons. Like, who would have thought, who would have thought they were like upsetting team after team here after not being able to participate in the previous NACT. And my goodness, able to play from, again, you got to remember, the gold lead was in favor of Team First Blood, and they were able to turn things around here just time after time. And it wasn't, actually, I want to say it was kind of Fancy Feet, because that's what their team composition was. It was literally Fancy Feet, right? Like, Fallen so slippery, like we said. I mean, even Promise, like Dairoth, he feels like he's so slow when you play him, but when you can land some of those setups up, and a lot of that is complemented on the Flicker Abysm Strike combination, and he was actually landing a lot of those. And yeah, they didn't have, any main quote unquote tank or front line that they had. It was just the lineup that they have, the fancy moves and grooves, as I like to say, and it just helped them turn the table here, win the game. And 15 minutes, almost 16 minutes, it was a great showing of working from that deficit that you have, utilizing that team composition you have, and knowing what that is, and then able to punish Team First Blood when they were clearly, missing things or out of place. Because, we were even saying earlier on, Private, like Ayano had a rough start, but it was able to kind of crawl back into the game. But unfortunately, Team First Blood seemed a little bit disconnected on the calls, on the moments, the setups that they needed to really counterplay with what the Simpsons had in their favor, which was, again, the Fancy Feet.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about team fights if you don't team fight and you use that split pushing capabilities that you have, and especially trading it off with Fallen and with Promise over there, split pushing for them. But folks, that is of the nights. We still have one more series to go after this break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to the North America Challenger Tournament Fall Season, the only path to M4 World Championship. What an exciting series that was. Our final team, actually tonight, that was eliminated, the first team that was eliminated tonight, Team First Blood, will also welcome Team Simpsons to the grand finals of the loser bracket. They will take on the losers of the match that you all came here to watch. That is right. We have the Valley taking on a Team Vendetta, the Black Horse of the tournament, in a little bit. But let's quickly take a look at the replays in the last series. It's a back and forth, front and center, a lot of trades over and over again. But first, let's take a look at the player of the series, and it is going to be Team Simpsons Promise, the EXP laner. The guy we've been talking about for ages, actually, before the entire series even begun. The EX winner really popped off with the Phobias and the Dyroth. What an incredible performance from the EXP laner. But first, let me welcome back my casters, Des, Private Dancer, as well as Naisu. How are you guys holding up?
Oh, I'm doing great. Just excited, especially that last match, and no more deserving than Promise on that. We saw him that last game, an integral role with that split pushing, even though they weren't able to kind of take those team fights for the Simpsons. That split pushing, doing an amazing job to kind of clench that victory for the Simpsons.
And with that being said, nice, we have the updated bracket coming up. Now, with that victory for Team Simpsons, what are some predictions going forward?
I was just going to say, you know, everything that we saw there from the Simpsons was amazing. And a team to look out for, like you said, was a dark horse, Vendetta. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about the Valley, like I mentioned before. A team, a superstar team in its own right. But Vendetta, man, I mean, if you look at their journey up to this point, up to this matchup, they've also been quite dominant, right? And I feel like the Valley has to be very careful in this matchup. I think even with their star power of, you know, individual skill and prowess, Vendetta, you can look at their stats, you can look at the games that they've had, and the same can be said for them. I mean, it's a team that you really have to respect. And some of the names are familiar for people. I mean, even myself, casting NACT now, this is my third time, this is my third season being involved, and there's familiar names here. And, you know, seeing how they played in previous NACT tournaments, now that they're under this Vendetta banner, I can't wait to see them go head-to-head against the Valley, because, again, there's been so much talk about the Valley, and if they can be the ones to possibly, you know, represent North America. So can't wait to watch this matchup.
Absolutely. I'm already hooked, and I hope you guys sitting at home or wherever you are hooked as well, just like our very next giveaway to all of our viewers at home. Yes, we're giving away the Franco Blazing Axe skin. Only the first 30 users with the link in description and the code showing on screen down below right now can redeem it. So do not wait right now and use your phone, your devices with the code on screen to redeem your favorite Franco skin. This is actually one of my favorite series in the entire Mobile Legends collection, to be honest. The Midwest style, the cowboy, you know, it's really cool, Private.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. It's been one of probably my favorite ones. The Claude, you have the Esmeralda skins as well. That blazing Western theme from them has been probably a lot of people's favorites for those skins. But only the first 30 users can claim that, so you're gonna have to have fast hands.
Yeah, that's not many.
Yep, only 30. You know, the first 30 will get it. And here we go. We're gonna take a look at the rosters. Now, you're already familiar with the Valley, but Vendetta, just like Naisu was correctly pointing out, there are some faces that you guys might already heard of, right, Naisu?
Yeah, the one that, you know, pointed out to me off the bat was Poggy, because I think before his name was actually Poggy Woggy, and I remember casting in that NACT. I believe he was under the Area 77 banner, and I just was kind of taken aback by the way that Poggy played and how everything worked out. The same can be said about Shiki. Like, I feel like Shiki is, if I remember right, is an amazing Kagura player, has quite a few games with Kagura, and just, I feel like can be a huge threat in the mid lane. So I just feel like the Vendetta is that perfect dark horse team, especially when I mean, we can't deny the fact that they're kind of painted as maybe the anti-hero or the villain of this matchup, right? Because you can't ignore the fact the Valley has a ton of fans out there, right? Whether they're watching, I think TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, wherever they are, and some people are still asleep here in the Philippines, so they're going to be going on their phones if they're not waking up now, and being like, "Oh, I wonder how the Valley's going to do." So I feel like this is a very important game, but from what I've watched previously, like I said, both these teams have done very well in their rise to this point in the tournament, but they also have clear weaknesses. So we'll see how that all plays out for the matchup.
Absolutely. By the way, just to give you a little idea, Vendetta is a team who actually beat Team Simpsons 3-2 in initial stages. And guys, everybody in North America and across the world, the match you've been waiting for, the teams you came to see. The Valley is taking on the Black Horse of NACT Fall Season Vendetta. The flights to Vegas is now open for our first confirmation. Let's quickly jump into the first game band draft.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. A very dominant, like I said, like you guys have been pointing out, Vendetta, new name, but a lot of familiar players if anybody has been following the North American scene. On the opposite side of that, the Valley. Does superstar team equals super synergy? We're about to find out because we've seen some holes in their game plans as it comes to there. We still see, I mean, the little inklings of that great synergy between Mobazane and Chicken when he visits that lane. Those two are just they're on top of it. They're like one unit. Sometimes we kind of have little issues with Hoon's placements or the synergy when it comes down to that gold lane, and we see some weaknesses as well. Have they patched that up? I think we're gonna find out here. Gonna go ahead, start this off with a Cho ban, which is interesting because I do know Zane has struggled a bit when he uses those assassin marksmans. He has struggled against that Cho roam who can kind of get into the pack, isolate that one hero, pick them back into the opposing team where they just feast on him. So a good ban by Mobazane there, followed by a Melissa pick or Melissa ban by Vendetta.
Yeah, so I think if you're the Valley, you know, since you're a first pick, priority pick, you want to go with something the safest, and off the bat, I'm assuming if it's not going to be banned out, I could see them picking up a Paquito because, again, this is one of the heroes that is very flexible. But we do know that if you look at what Mobazane has pretty much played, I mean, I think he's played Paquito a handful of times, maybe 3-4 times throughout the tournament. At the same time, I feel like when you see Mobazane as a jungler, it's mostly he is more comfortable on those tankier, I would say safer jungle picks, and then he relies on the team to kind of revolve around that, right? He is more focused on grabbing those objectives, and I feel like, again, when he was here in the Philippines, that's something that he really learned, was that objective-based fighting. But what's funny now is in the current meta, and even in the NPL Philippines, we saw a shift of, there was a mix of like, we're still focusing on objectives, but at the same time, now you see this shift of let's fight, right? So again, which of these teams is going to be their own version of that, right? Because if you look across the board, across the region, there's been that shakeup. Even in other regions happening their finals right now, off the top of my head, MPL, MY, man, if you watch those games, they are action-packed. Same can be said about Indonesia. So the Valley, I feel like, takes both of those worlds too, and there's a lot of influence for both these teams, but I feel like the Valley specifically, when they try to veer into that let's fight, that's where you see those weaknesses that we were talking about. That's where you see that out-positioning, being out of position, sometimes some of that tilt, some of that frustration showing up in the Valley's play. Have they fixed it for this series? Hopefully they've taken the time to work on that and adjust, because Vendetta, like Dave mentioned, man, they sent the Simpsons packing, right? And they've sent all these teams kind of packing in a somewhat of a dominant fashion. So I feel like Vendetta is just one of those teams that you really have to be careful with because of the dynamic that they play with. Just watching the previous games that they played in the tournament, I mean, I think even versus Team First Blood, they swept them, right? It was a 3-0 sweep. And just the way that they play and the pace from the jungle, that's when I want to see that contrast between the junglers. How does that start? And then, of course, roam leading into gold lanes. Those are usually that kind of transition, that hierarchy that we see from game to game.
Yeah, interestingly enough, you pointed it out, the Valley very comfortable kind of farming, taking advantage of how well Mobazane farms. That's where he shines right now. He's got a lot of skills, but like you said, did learn in the Philippines. Tank meta was a little stronger when it came to that, and he's learned to kind of farm his way up the Valley, kind of waiting around for that 6 to 7 minute mark before they actually just start snowballing and taking advantage of their composition. So maybe a game plan for Vendetta, see if they have that aggression, if they can put on the pressure early game, take advantage of possibly a little gap in the synergy from the Valley. We're gonna find out. But with the current bans leaving open Valentina here, which has been very interesting, which has been interesting to me as well, because I've seen matches where Valentina is completely ignored and doesn't even make a ban, doesn't get picked here, but the Valley gonna go ahead and prioritize that. I still think she has a role to play, especially at this high a tier where people can so utilize that mobility that she has, the damage output, and then of course that ultimate IMU to be able to take basically it changes the landscape of the battlefield, where you have to consider what ultimates you're giving to her, what you're going to allow her to kind of, whatever you have in mind for the Valley, you're going to have to worry about that coming back at you.
Well, they've already got to worry about that feathered airstrike coming back out of them, right? Because I think if, looking at the stat sheet here, again, thank you for this. Private, you do an amazing job putting all this together. But the thing is like, I'm pretty sure Mainhoon has played Valentina once, and when he did, he got MVP. He had like a perfect game. I don't even think he died at all. So on top of that, you round this out with a Faramis, right? You can actually interchange these two, by the way. You could play a Faramis mid. You could have a Valentina roam if you really wanted to. You could interchange them in any way that you want, that we've seen other teams do. Now, I'm assuming this is going to be Hoon on the Valentina. We'll see, though, how that plays out. But those two alone, I mean, there was a time when it was completely OP. But I feel like now, with some of the minor changes, it's not as OP. But again, if you're Vendetta, how do you work around not only giving up one of your ultimates, but also the Cult Altar? And I remember debates about this, what is the best tool to handle the Cult Altar? Everybody had their own opinions. I mean, that's the truth, though. When you have a Cult Holder across from you, you do have to have answers for that. And, what is the answer for Vendetta there, right? Because they're going to want to be playing around that and working around those ultimates alone, plus one of their own, right? So that's something to really keep in mind for them as we see this first phase already pretty much done for both teams.
Yeah, that's an interesting point as well. I mean, they have the setting potential on the Vendetta. You still have that Numenon Blast. You have that Feathered Airstrike. You've got the damage from Pogi on that Belmont. So the potential is there. But on the opposite side, you've given up. Like you have an answer for that. You have Hoon, who can take a Numenon Blast of theirself, a Feathered Airstrike of their own, and then that Cult Altar. So which is interesting to me, because we've seen Shark usually liking, we've seen Hoon pick up that Faramis so that you had that Cult Altar plus a setting potential from Shark here. Now it's kind of reversed, where Hoon can pick up a setting potential and you still have that Cult Altar in your back pockets for these team engagements. And it's going to be interesting here, because I felt like the counter to the Cult Altar has been that burst damage, that continual damage that you burst the team down right away, force out that Cult Altar, and then still have enough damage to take them out right after. So it's there. But like you said, there are some picks that demand an answer. For Ramus, Valentina, they demand an answer from the side of Vendetta. So just like if you have an Atlas, you need to have a Diggy and a Kai, something that counters it, that there's an answer for when it comes to these setting potential from them. We do see that Yuzong getting taken out, which is really interesting, because he has made a resurgence here in NA when there is a Faramis pick, just because the Faramis closes up that hole from Yuzong where he can use that Black Dragon, have that Colt Ultra ready as he dives in, where most teams are able to burst him down before he gets that regen. A great read by the side of Vendetta there as well, since Chicken hadn't picked yet, and definitely looking to kind of close the hole of somebody being able to dive that back line into Shiki.
Yeah, and I mean, you made great points there, right? Yuzhong definitely has been pretty scary, and again, in a global environment, I mean, he's being picked a lot more now because he is a great answer. And I was just gonna say, what is that marksman pick gonna be for Vendetta? There it is. It's the 1-1, right? So, which I think, same thing. It can work really well, especially because you're protected with a Lolita. I feel like the one great thing about Vendetta so far is they do have somewhat of that tankiness, if they can get there, because the thing is when you have that combination of the Faramis and the Valentina, most often than not, they're going to be looking to just start fast, start strong, right? The hard part here is if you can actually utilize the Feathered Airstrike yourself for Shiki, because there you go, the Phoveus is locked in. I feel like there's going to be a little bit of a difficult time actually finding the right moments or those setups for the Feathered Airstrike for you to provide that early damage that you're gonna, that's your job here, right? Because you got to give time for 1-1. This also kind of solves that, right? You're gonna have a Fanny locked in here, and I know a lot of Fanny fans are out there. And this is a great tool. It's a great tool to have on a team. The damage is obviously there, but at the same time, the downside, the risk reward of a Fanny pick is if you lose your blue buffs, you're kind of just what's the term? Walking Fanny, right? You're going to be a walking Fanny. It's going to be difficult to get the steel cables out, man. And so you really, at this point, not only do you want to allow something to deal with that Colt Halter, with what the Valley's thrown at you, but at the same time, you got to protect your Fanny now. You got to make sure that, hey, the blue buff's here for you, take it, and then unleash, right? That is going to be kind of those boxes that Vendetta has to check here for game 1.
Yeah, I do like the Phoveus pick up there, especially in an answer for that Wanwan. Even in the late game, just able to rain down so much damage. It's going to be interesting to see how they go into it. We are starting off at game 1 here, though. The Valley taking on Vendetta to see who's moving on in the top bracket. And I know fans, this is what the match that a lot of people came here to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crucial match, to say the least, right? They're fighting for that first grand final spot. Not only does that come with its own, triumphs and tribulations, the fact that you will be possibly the team to represent NA in M4, which is, obviously everybody's goal here. And to say, too, that, you're a champion of the NACT. This is where it all starts, up here. And at the same time, you can say, too, whatever team does get defeated here, at least they have another shot, right? At least there's a potential there to crawl back into the grand final. But still, I think a lot can be said for teams that fight in the upper brackets, the upper bracket semifinals. They have a lot going for them. And at the same time, it does show just how the game plan, how strong they can be with whatever composition they're playing with. Because honestly, the Valley, they've showed, I don't want to say a different team comp or style each time, but for the most part, they've shown something that their play style is very, you could call it out. This is the Valley, right? And a lot of people, that's what they like to see. So that's what I want to see from Vendetta personally, because the Valley has coasted up to this point. Now I want to see Vendetta to actually kind of be that roadblock for the Valley. Like, you got to get over us and see how that outplays here.
Yeah, and it's going to be a roadblock indeed, especially as we move into this first turtle. Both teams kind of like you were saying, the Valley does have a very great flexibility with this current meta. They are able to use just a maximum amount of characters. We do see that Feathered Airstrike being used to kind of push back Phoveus, so he's not going to be here for this fight. Pogi trying to get lined up here. Is he going to be able to capture this turtle? Takes it on. We see the Colt Ultra coming out, but the damage. Here comes the Feathered Airstrike of their own from Hoon is going to be able to save his player there, and just, Basic gets cleaned up by Yuri there. So a great pickup by there. 1-1. Both teams at an even point here right now, but that turtle did go over to the side of Vendetta. You see Super Shark coming up to this, is not going to be able to catch the Fanny at this point.
I love it. I love that, Poggy captured, like you said, the turtle's like playing Pokemon here, right? Is able to grab that turtle, secure it for the team. Basic did grab a kill. I believe that was the 1v1 fight on the top side, took out Yuna, but then Yuri able to come and get a kill. That is going to be crucial though, because again, you want these early kills on this Fanny as much as possible to set that kind of jungle pace going against, MOBA Zane here, because they're both actually going to be packing damage early on mid game. But again, if Yuri's able to grab that early setup, that's going to be beneficial for them.
Yeah, you see that Numenon Blast coming down, and pretty interesting there. Super Shark did come in with that Shadow Stampede, dragged Leo. Might have been a miss, or just might have been not the plan you wanted, because that put Yuri in a great position for his Numenon Blast to land onto Hoon. So we need to be very careful about how we're setting up these pulls from that Shadow Stampede, because you don't want to be taking roams and putting them in the middle of your pack or putting them to your most vulnerable players.
Hold up. I just realized too. See, this is my morning brain working here. Yuri's not even jungling, right? Like, when have we seen this with Fanny? I mean, also rolling just what lane is he in? He's playing XP. Is that XP Fanny?
Yes.
It's an XP Fanny. Okay, hold on.
Numenon Blast
bamboo
set up here. Colt Ultra comes out, but down comes the Feathered Airstrike. Basic gets taken down by Yuri there, followed by Pokey getting taken out as well. They might be in a little bit of trouble here. Here comes the Demonic Force onto Leo. Does catch a kill for Fried Chicken. This is going to open up a great position for the side of the Valley, but up at the top, you do see Yuna and Yuri able to go ahead and answer that, counter it with a turret of their own. So I almost want to say that this kind of goes in the favor of Vendetta, since they have opened up that map, but cost themselves a death and a turtle.
So has this happened? This must have happened before with Yuri. I think maybe he's played XP Fanny before. I'm just not used to seeing it myself, right? But so far it's working out. It allows him to pretty much roam the map as much as possible and not just have to sit there and fight, Phoveus.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we do have an offer for you guys. Tag a friend on Facebook or type hashtag NACT fall season in the NACT Esports Discord or on Facebook for your chance for a unique gift code. We do see a little bit of an action happening here. Numenon Blast coming down, Feathered Airstrike down, MOBA Zane able to take out Yuna, and we see Theo with his own Numenon Blast does not connect, and they gotta walk. You do see that the Valley's been able to walk away with one kill of their own. It is 4-2 right now. Gold still tied. I do like that Vendetta still keeping up the farm, especially with Pogi on this Belmont, keeping it up even though they are starting to kind of slip a little bit behind when it comes to the kills.
If Theo had the flicker there, that would have been a perfect flicker Numenon Blast setup, and not sure if they would have been able to capitalize off that, but a couple members of the Valley were low, so it could have been a different story there. But the Valley able to come out on top of that now, still, as everything's gonna kind of come into place here, simmer down until I feel like that next turtle.
Oh, what a bait, though, as you do see that Numenon Blast coming out and the Feathered Airstrike as well, trying to put on the damage, but unfortunately, Vendetta cannot capitalize on it. I love the play there, but MOBA Zane taking out Yuri up at that bottom second tier tower there. Yuna trying to put on the damage onto Shark, who's going to try to clear up this lane, and Shiki gets taken out by MOBA Zane as well. It is 6-2, and this game starting to edge ever so carefully as we head into the 7-minute mark. We talked about this before. This is when the Valley likes to kind of start putting on that gas and pedal to the metal. Yuna taking a whole heap of damage. And we do see Fried Chicken going in. Pokey able to take out the turret. The Numenon Blast comes down right now, but Mobazane picks up the kill onto Theo right now. It is a 7-2 game, a 1K gold lead for the side of the Valley.
Man, it just, I mean, and just like that, in what, a couple minutes, things kind of just turn in favor of the Valley, like even more. I mean, things were pretty even, but in a matter of a couple minutes, now the gold lead is there. The kills are there on the right people. Mobazane getting 2 massive kills for himself. Again, this makes me wonder, you know, the Fanny side lane pick, right? How useful can it be mid to late game, right? Do you start giving up that buff? Of course, you know, the Ballman doesn't necessarily need the blue buff, and you could eventually give it away to Yuri here, but, you know, how will that all play out for him? I think that's a big question, but already Poggy.
Yeah, and a little bit of trouble there is going to get taken out by the duo of Mobazane and Fried Chicken. And, I mean, maybe potentially you give the blue buff to Shiki. You start letting him start getting that cooldown to where you have about a 9 or 12 second cooldown on that feathered airstrike as you reach into the late game. But I mean, you're going to have to get into a position for that. You can't just keep on giving it away here. You have to think about this mid game, which right now the Valley is very dominant in. Had a little bit of trouble in the beginning. You see Fried Chicken here getting kind of tossed around with Yuri kind of zipping around him with those cables. But like you said, at the end of the game, what is Yuri going to be doing? Possibly maybe split pushing to kind of help with that as we move into the team fights that might be favoring the Valley more.
Yeah, it's something that I want to see play out. Just hopefully a mid to late game to see how that's really utilized. Obviously, it's something that's unique to Yuri and that he's willing to bring to the table. But right now, the Valley is just slowly but surely building on that gold lead. First Lord of the game is going to come up here. They are trying to get in position, set everything up. They do push these lanes a little bit. Now, the tier 1 turrets are still going to be up in the mid lane. That's going to be fine because, I mean, right now they control this space. They have that little bit of an advantage. I don't think there's going to be any contest for this first Lord of the game that is secured by Basic. So the Valley takes it, but here on the top side,
Mobazane just pushed into that bulwark, not doing anything to help out Theo. Shiki gets taken out by Main Hoon. What an absolute crazy amount of damage on that Valentina. And this is the problem with that Valentina and why she is still a threat, even with the most recent nerfs on her. We do see that the rest of the Valley starting to push in here. The machine that is the Valley. Lord coming in, but still pushing on these towers at the bottom as well. Phobius with a parade of minions. You do see that Fanny's going to go ahead and try to cut that off, but we are pushing onto this mid tower. We see that AoE come out to clear out the minions, but it's not enough to save the tower. Theo in a little bit of trouble. Bulwark does not save him again. Shiki in trouble. A little bit of health left on him as the Lord is crashing in, swinging away at the tower. Hoon gets picked off by Yuri there, so a great defense. They do lose a tower as well, but you see down here, Fried Chicken is going to go ahead, put the damage onto here, is maybe trying to find, is going to have to create some space between him and this Fanny. Unfortunately, the Valley accomplished their task, got 2 towers for that non-luminous Lord.
Yeah, I mean, that was a kind of a funny interaction there. I think Shark like popped the Colt Altar, but Hoon was already dead. You know, and Yuri grabbing that kill. So it's like he stood there like, what? Anyway, so the base is cracked open in the mid lane for Vendetta. I do want to say that, I mean, this is a situation that they can slowly crawl back into, but still, like I was saying, what does Yuri do here, right? I mean, look what's happening with against Fried Chicken. You're trying to plant yourself in that lane, push things out, but unfortunately, he's just there, right? Fried Chicken is just, that's what he has to do. He's just going to plant himself there. That tier 2 is not going to go down yet. They're just going to continue to buy some time here until the next Lord comes up, unless they can grab another kill like this. Mobazane, man, 7-0-3. I think the guy heard me talk about, you know, that jungle centric playstyle he likes to have and the tank junglers and everything. But he's like, you know, I got the Paquito, and he's 7-0-3. But I got to say, he's punching through Theo's shields too. So I feel like at the same time, Theo hasn't actually been able to utilize that Lolita pick the way that they wanted to. The idea that they had, it's not working out for them. And slowly but surely, you're looking at a 6K gold lead for the Valley. And at this point, you know, Basic doesn't even have to do much because he can just continue to farm up. Now, that's a scary thing because if the game does drag on for some reason, eventually Basic will be exactly where he needs to be on the Clint, right? Pumping out the damage. And this is the thing about Yuri, again, the Fanny. You can get attention to yourself, you can put pressure on the map, but at the end of the day, what are you actually doing for the team? Like, what are you doing for the team in terms of skirmishes and team fights and these objectives? Are you actually going to be there, or is your sole job to just sit in a lane and push it out?
Yeah, and that is interesting too, because you are trying to kind of bait out. You're trying to be a nuisance, but the Valley's just too smart for that. They're not going to chase a Fanny. They're not going to waste those demonic forces on a Fanny. They're just going to ignore it, especially at a point where right now they are so many levels behind. Not even a contest for this Lord. Theo at level 11 right now. Mobazane already maxed out. So this is a 4-level gap for them. And it's no wonder. Oh my God, Basic got eaten alive by Yuri there. So I mean, we're talking about the use of Yuri, but still able to find those positions, still able to find those picks, especially with a Luminous Lord. So it's going to be a 4v5 as they try to push into this base. We do see the Lord starting to come in, going to go through this gap here in the middle. And do we have lane synced up? We don't have the bottom lane synced up, so we are going to go ahead and take up this top tower. Numina Blast does come in, catches the entire team right now. Hoon is going to go ahead and try to flicker out of the way. Demonic Force still raining down damage onto Vendetta. More Flame Shot comes out. Another Demonic Force takes out Yuna here right now. They are trying to push their way in. Yuri able to pick up the kill onto Shark right now. The rest of the Valley have taken. They're going to go ahead and disengage, but they got a tower and picked up a kill from the side of Vendetta.
Okay, I like to call that the caster curse, right? Asking what is Yuri's use? So he gets a kill on Basic, and then they actually do a great job defending here. And, you know, with him being close to the fountain in the base, this allows him to just go ahead, go back and forth, try to pick up some kills here. Now, yeah, the Demonic Force is still something to deal with, to handle with. But, you know, if Yuri can actually continue to do this, then maybe that buys them more time to turn the game around in their favor. But right now, into the jungle they go.
Yeah, you see that Feathered Airstrike coming down. Theo does get taken out. We have that Cult Altar activated, and the rest of Vendetta is going to have to disengage. Demonic Force taking Chicken deep into enemy lines. He is going to think twice about continuing on that press. But here's the thing, too. We were talking about the Fanny Yuri. As you get into the base defenses, I think this is where Yuri's actually going to shine. Like you were just saying, he gets those cables, able to come in and kind of like to blast through the entire team. When he runs out of energy, get back to the base, fill up. He doesn't even need the blue buff, so he's going to be able to do that just like he has a blue buff while he's defending base. Oh man, you do see a Feathered Airstrike coming out now. Zane able to pick off Shiki right now. Yuna does take down Mobazane, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Still 15 and 6 right now. We have minions crashing down at the bottom, but is this the fight that you want? Demonic Force coming and pressing in right now. We do see that the Cult Ultra comes out right now. More Demonic Force. Numina Blast coming in, does land on 2 members. Shark goes down to Yuna, and Basic getting taken out as well. That is 3 kills. Fried Chicken deep into enemy lines. This was a mistake. He does not want that damage. Gets taken down. That is only Hoon left on the side of the Valley. So, I mean, they do put a decent amount of damage onto that bottom tower. However, still in the lead. I think that's the comfort that the Valley is in. They're very comfortable being able to dive onto it, but it might be a mistake for them as they do all get killed out. They're not worried about the gold lead right now, but this is going to open it up for Vendetta. Pogi does have this Lord, and we do see a Numina Blast coming down. A 2 Numina Blast out there, but you do see Theo getting popped up. Feather Airstrike coming down. Pogi able to pick up that Lord. Shiki taking down Shark, and Hoon goes down as well. This is a problem for the Valley. That is 4 members of the Valley taken out right now. Fly Chicken is back up, but they have to answer the these minions coming up. You see the Luminous Lord has started on its travel at the bottom lane, and the Vendetta right now in a great position has closed the gap and now taken the gold lead from the Valley. We see the parade of them coming in. That is one tower for the cost of this Lord, already a great value. Numenon Blast coming in. Here comes the Demonic Force, followed by a Feather Airstrike. Is this going to be enough for Chicken? Still with that Demonic Force, he's trying his hardest. Yuri takes him out there as well. Basic catches the full front of that crossbow of Tang, but down goes Yuna. That huge damage from the Clint, able to go ahead and clean that up nicely. And it does look like the Valley going to go ahead and try to take out this Lord, hopefully before just, and definitely that damage from Basic, who has now come online, able to clean up that Lord before it takes the bottom inhibitor.
Wow. That was, I mean, single-handedly, Yuri is just kind of carrying Vendetta, right? Doing a lot of the work here and buying the time. I guess, again, going back to the question, what does a side lane Fanny offer your team? If you get a game like this, this is exactly what you can do. And a game where the Valley should have won this at this point, Yuri is stopping that from happening, right? And that's something that they're gonna have to work around. How do you deal with that? Look, like I mean, even Super Shark here already getting chunked really low. And anytime you're trying to find positioning, anytime you're trying to get some vision, you have a lot to deal with. So again, I think this comes down to that next Lord fight. You're still going to see Yuri putting pressure on the side lanes, especially with those turrets as much as possible. They want to at least get one down, if not two. But again, it all comes down to the next big objective. And I do have to say that the Valley is still in a position to actually contest it, to fight it. But with that being said, you still have to fight against Poggy. Even if he struggled early on, at the end of the day, all he has to do for the Lord fight is drop down the lethal counter, have the retribution. If the timing is there before Mobazane, you come out winning, right? And so how do you have that advantage if you're the Valley? Well, you put pressure on Poggy. You try to zone him out, or at least force an issue where he's not going to be able to pull that off. But at the same time, how do you do that if you've got Yuri Beyblading all over your team, right? That's something that they have to work around. And at the same time, the thing about Yuna is Yuna actually same situation. The whole team on Vendetta was struggling. Yuna didn't have any kills for a while until recently. So eventually Yuna is going to be online, if not already, which would set themselves up for this fight. There's the Malefic Lord. That's what I was talking about. Eventually, Yuna's going to have the damage that they need. So now not only do they have to worry about Yuri, Yuna's got damage now. So here we go. Let's the Lord fight.
Yeah, Hoon just takes a heap of damage early. Colt Alter has been popped by Shark, who's going to be in trouble here. A Feather Airstrike of the Valley, their own right now. Pops Yuna down to about half health. Dio in some trouble here. Does pop that immortality and is going to be taken out there. It's going to be a little bit of a position here. They are going to start on that Lord, but look at mid lane. Yuri with the entire team on his shoulders, putting the damage to this. Another inhibitor goes down here. We do see a Feather Airstrike coming down. Is this going to be enough? Zing able to pick up this, but Super Shark gets taken out as well. Hoon getting taken down. Mobazane taking down Yuna as well. It is a 3-for-2 trade right now. Mobazane in trouble, does get taken out. They only have 2 members left. They do get the Lord, but it cost them 3 of their members. Not only that, but they were able to do it while Yuri was able to push the mid lane. So they are evening this out. They do still have the gold lead, and they are definitely still in this, but they're gonna have to contest with this Luminous Lord. Does the Valley have enough to close this game out?
Oh man, that's a question. Like it's a great thing they were able to grab the Lord there, but I think a similar situation, they're going to have a hard time actually assaulting the base, especially the fact that the Lord's just going to be taken care of before, you know, Hoon and Mobazane are even up. So at that point, you know, what does this Lord even mean for them? The best thing that it could do is get that last turret in Vendetta's base, but still, I mean, you have to, let's say they were all up, I still think they would have a difficult time actually ending the game, just because, like we were talking about, Yuri, you know, in a base defense is almost unlee energy and can just wait for the moments to really steal cable in. So they probably will lose this turret here as they go in.
Yeah, you see that demonic force popping off. Pride Chicken well into the back line is going to pop that immortality. The rest of the team not in a position to go ahead and help them, but they accomplish their mission there. There are no towers left on Vendetta. Still 2 inhibitors left for the Valley. So I mean, I like that sacrifice by them. They are playing a little bit more collected here, and fortunately, before when they were trying to push into this tower, I feel like they got a little lackadaisical with that push. Decided that it didn't matter what Vendetta did, they were still going to be ahead in gold, and we see how that ended up. So I mean, just sending in Fly Chicken there, a little better than just kind of like running into that wall with your entire team. So I mean, they're still in a good position here. It just, man, maximum value right now is what Yuri is getting out of this Fanny.
Yeah, I mean, that's an understatement, right? Like, maximum effort, value, everything else. He's 13-1-2. And okay, I mean, basic has damage, right? He's got that, but it all comes down to how do they position for this Lord? At the same time, it's a great thing that the Valley has all the turrets of Vendetta's base down, because if they really want to pivot and possibly put pressure on the side lane and push it in, try to go for the back door if that's what they feel necessary, they could possibly do that. But at the same time, because Yuri is so mobile, I feel like they're going to have a hard time actually going that route. So I feel like they need to just go ahead and fight this one out, fight this Lord fight, look for position here if they can. Shark going to spot them out there. And this could just result into nothing, actually. Again, there's crucial things here, positioning and everything that both teams need to be wary of. There's a lot of immortalities too, Private, right? So that's going to be another thing to deal with, the immortalities plus that Cold Altar. But either way, I got to say, it's almost 50-50, and it just comes down to who grabs this Lord. And at the same time, even though the Valley still has 2 turrets up, they're going to have a difficult time actually just freely taking this one, because it is it's 24 minutes into the game, so it's going to take quite a team effort to take the Lord. But at the same time, you can see them actually trying to position to either get a pick off or possibly push a side lane in.
Yeah, we do see them coming down onto this blue buff. That Demonic Force is trying to chase out Fanny. Meanwhile, Mobazane trying to bait out this Lord. It's interesting that he's baiting this out without the team actually there and present. Hoon is going to go ahead and help him cover Theo. They're not even going to go ahead and put the damage onto him, but you're going to have to worry about that Numenon Blast coming. You do have a flicker on the Theo, who does land, and Mobazane able to pick up that Lord. We have a brawl here at the Lord Cave here. Yuri coming in, Fly Chicken with that Demonic Force does get taken out by Yuna. The rest of Vendetta is on the chase. Mobazane and Shark trying their best to disengage from this. Hoon in a bad position right now is going to go ahead and have to use that immortality. Not sure if that's going to be enough for him. You do see that. Oh my God, it is enough. He's going to be able to dash his way to safety, but gets cleaned up by Shiki and that feathered airstrike, which puts Basic in a bad position here right now. Gets taken out by Yuri. So they get the Luminous Lord. They lose 3 again. Winning these fights, or not even winning these fights, they're able to kind of out macro, but they are losing people all around them. They have lost 3 right now. Super Shark here trying to kind of flank the position to take out these minions. He is going to get latched onto right now. That immortality is going to be activated for him. Mobazane coming in is going to be able to find an escape before that Numenon Blast hits. But right now, game 1 looking grim for the Valley. We have a parade of minions coming up. It is just Mobazane left. Is he going to be able to find the situation? Comes in with that knockout stance. He is ready, and immortality is activated, but it is not enough. Game 1 going to Vendetta over the Valley.
Wow. And on the shoulders, or on the cables of Yuri. And, you know, going back to the question, what does a side lane Fanny offer? Or what does a side lane Fanny do? And I ate my words. Yuri made me eat my words, because that's exactly what it does. And I'm surprised to see it, because if I recall, according to the stats, that's the 2nd time that he's played Fanny. So it's something that I feel like now you have to be considerate of, right? You have to be weary of that playing against Vendetta. Now they're up 1-0 already in this first best of 5.
Yeah. What does Fanny do? What doesn't Fanny offer? Apparently, I mean, it just, I mean, goes to show how skilled Yuri was there, and especially when it came to the late game. Well, I mean, honestly, just the ability to kind of to pick off basic, to pick off Hoon as well. Not only that, but also able to have a great defense at the base, where you're able to go ahead, top up back in the core, come back and still output the damage, clear up minions. Then as you move into this late game, able to clear up a lane, forcing Fly Chicken to go ahead and try to meet you, and then cable back for the fight. I mean, it's like there's, like I said, maximum value out of that Fanny. I mean, it's just ridiculous here. You can see here right now, Yuri, of course, the most deserving of that MVP here, and it just it shows what Vendetta has done. A great draft by them here to kind of counter this from the Valley. But I have to wonder, you saw that little bit of a slip up, that little bit of a hiccup from the Valley. You can see from this replay here, a great Numenon Blast landed, which does take out Theo, and those were the opening fights there. But as we moved on here, had a little bit of trouble. Look at the entire team got caught in that Numenon Blast, forcing out that Colt Altar, and then the rest of the team is going to have to disengage from that. Another unfortunate problem there. Mobazane comes in, is able to kind of clean up the kills on there, but always an answer from Vendetta there. Pogi especially able to pick up that Lord, and this was basically the problem with all of the Lord fights. The Valley able to pick up the Lord, but then losing 3 players for it, and it was just a matter of time until you had Vendetta able to pick up a Lord of their own without worrying about the Valley having that Luminous Lord on their side.
Yeah, and
just an amazing game played by them.
Like we saw there in the highlights, Theo had a very rough game. I mean, he was 0-4, but at like 12 minutes or whichever that was, that the Valley was like pushing into the base, it was Theo with the Numenon Blast that actually allowed that base defense to happen, and then allowed Yuri to like go back and forth, and then just eventually that was kind of that pivot point for them to turn things over and slowly but surely get back into the game. I mean, it was a long game, right? But you got to remember that base assault was like 12, 13 minutes in. It could have very well ended there. But even though Theo was 0-4, he was getting punished the majority of the game. It was that one Numenon Blast that really turned the tides for them, set things up for them, and allowed things to happen. Because again, you saw too later on in the highlights, they weren't even worried about Yuna, because Yuna was kind of just free hitting, like literally hopping around at the Wan, able to get the hits off. But it was Yuri that they were so worried about, because how do you catch Yuri? Even if you get a couple shots off, you get a couple hits off, Yuri would go half health. But still, you know, it was so hard to actually get a kill there. And I just feel like things kind of slipped out of hand for the Valley, especially when they had such an early game dominant factor to them. Again, this is kind of the downside that I see when a Faramis and a Valentina are picked together. I think there probably could have been better options. It could also just come down to they didn't have an answer for Yuri on this Fanny. It's probably something that they weren't really expecting to pop up, and that's why it was saved for last pick. I mean, it's not even something that I was expecting to see when Fanny popped up here. So there's some things that can be changed here. We are going to be jumping into the draft for game 2. I can't wait to see how these teams kind of adjust from here, because still, if you go back to game 1, it was the Valley's game to possibly win early on, but Vendetta, because of their resilience, they were able to turtle up in the base. Some amazing things fell into place for them, and they flipped that game around to eventually take game 1.
Yeah, you said it before too. You had commented on it that the Valley has a great swath of picks and compositions that they can go with at this meta, and you have to be able to match them and go outside of that and be very flexible to the dimensions that they can. And that's exactly what they did. They had a very flexible outside pick that that you don't see very often, that made us believers in this side lane, this XP lane Fanny. So I mean, a great first game, kind of setting the tone for Vendetta, letting the Valley know that they have plans. They have just their compositions, their hero pools. What they can put out there isn't just confined to what we usually see on the meta, especially when you have people that are as skilled on some of these heroes. And a respect ban there for the side of the Valley. Going to go ahead and take out that Fanny very early here. Not even a question. It's like immediately Fanny. Nope. You had your. It was a great first game, but yeah, they don't want that to happen anymore. Lilia's going to be taken out here as well. It's been pretty much the same bans that we've seen before. Pretty interesting that you allow the Valentina the first game, but now you're going to ban it out as Vendetta is. So I mean, still they see it as a problem, but definitely had a something in mind to deal with it, which is interesting to me. We talked about that. If you're going to leave out Valentina, have a plan for it. And so they absolutely still consider it a threat and going to ban that out. But the first game, they already had something in mind, which is just amazing to me. And it's this is what I wanted to see. The Valley getting pushed back to their limits, and definitely going to have to take this game to, you're going to have to put 110%. This is not going to be a slouch match for the Valley.
Yeah. So I was wondering if they would go ahead and ban out the Faramis just to, even that. I like to say even that playing field. So Valentina, Faramis both are not going to be there. I think also Vendetta just went with the Valentina because they don't want to. That's something that every team has to consciously think about when there's a Valentina on the other side. What heroes are we picking? What ultimates are we giving up? Right. So I feel like they don't want to deal with that. Right. So already first pick's going to be the Claude here for Vendetta, a great choice to start off with. I feel like it's also comfortable, but I still feel like Vendetta probably has something up their sleeve that isn't just that side lane Fanny that they could go with.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how they move into this second game. The Valley, it almost kind of rang out as kind of, I don't want to say sloppy, but there was a fight where they lost everybody but Hoon, where I thought that they had kind of all charged into the, to get that last inhibitor tower, very haphazardly. Which kind of turned it around for them. They got with the Vendetta able to pick up 4 kills and then kind of push in, and it kind of points to it being the Valley's game to kind of throw and lose there, maybe because they got a little confident, because man, at that point they were in a very dominant position. We were sitting here talking about how, like, what is this Fanny doing? Nothing. And that's all they needed was a little bit of an opening for it. We do see with the bans up, Fly Chicken and that's another thing too, you to mention it. Paquito, kind of flexible, does kind of look like it's going to be going on to Fly Chicken. Hoon's going to go ahead, pick up this Farja. So they've got that range. They've also got that melee distance damage, which is going to mean that no matter where you are on the map during these engagements, you're going to have damage coming at you.
Yeah, and I think that's going to work out for them. I want to see what this third pick is before I round out that thought. But so far for Vendetta, I mean, they also pick up the Yuzhong, right? Which is a great choice. We were just talking about it in the previous draft. So I feel like that's a good option, especially to deal with Farsa, the Feathered Airstrikes looking to be set up in certain situations or areas around the map. You have a Yuzhong. You can also use it very well against whatever gold lane they decide to pick up here for the Valley. But same thing too, with Poggy picking up this Balmond. It's just a safe option. We'll see how they play around it. But there you go. The Valley is going to lock in Atlas, who has literally been banned for the entire evening. And he's finally going to get to play. The thing I love about Atlas is, yes, he is literally a setup-centric tank. I mean, most are, but Atlas specifically can pull off some of the most amazing setups, right, with the Fatal Links, if the placement is there. Now, the thing is, if you have this Atlas, and we've seen it before where they are kind of struggling to find setups, it doesn't matter who's playing it, right? If you're struggling to find the Fatal Links and follow-up is not there for the team, then that's where it falls off. But we're talking about the Valley here, who a lot of the times I want to say that they're in sync with each other, but there's clear points where they're not. right? There's clear points where like it seems like the communication is off for them. But when you have, again, an Atlas pick, you can pretty much count that there will be the appropriate follow-up there. But still at the same time, what I want to point out is there going to be chaos? Because that's what Yuzhong brings. Yuzhong plus a Claude, anytime you think of a Blazing Duet in the Black Dragon form, immediately players are like, panic. You know, they're like, oh, disperse. You know, run away, everything else. So I think that's something that they have to kind of worry about, but at the same time, this will really depend on what these last two picks for both teams are. Because right now, I'm really liking the fact that there is an Atlas on the table for the Valley, but I've seen it struggle time after time after time, and even some of the teams here in the Philippines, right, where it just looks like they're trying to force fatal links, because that's literally what you're trying to do. So the last bans are going to be out here for the second phase. That Diggy does come out, the counter option for the Atlas, so they take that out, plus the Cho. And the last two bans from Vendetta are aimed at the XP lane, right? No Esmeralda, no Uranus.
So here's the thing: is while you brought it up, the synergy from the Valley, I feel like a lot of them they have this experience, not with each other per se, but they have experience in this game on the live scene, in championship games. So they know what needs to be done when they see a Fatal Links come out. But here's the thing: is who are you catching? Are we going to be catching Yuna? Are we going to be catching Yuri? Because on the potential that you do get Puggy, you do get Shiki, maybe you catch Theo, or maybe you catch all three of them. If you don't have Yuna, if you don't have Yuri, as soon as that Fatal Links comes out, you're going to have to worry about these two diving into your back lane, taking out that Farja, taking out whoever you have in there, taking out Basic there as well. And it's going to be a huge problem if you don't have a plan for that, if you aren't finding or capitalizing on maybe people out of position, especially when it comes, it's going to need to be a very careful game played by Yuna, played by Shiki on some of these characters to make sure that they aren't caught in that Fatal Links, and possibly for Shark to not take the bait of like maybe Pogi showing his face out there like, hey, go ahead, Fatal Links me, because I already have my backline ready to kind of dive into the back of yours and shred you. We do see these last ones picked up. Mobazane gonna go ahead and pick up that Karina. Theo on the Grok. Some great and strong picks. We have seen Zane on this Karina, maybe not as much this season or through this tournament as much, but I do know he likes to play it. He's very comfortable on it, so it's gonna be very interesting to see how they capitalize with this as we're gonna move into game 2.
That's funny that you say that, because for some reason I remember, I don't know if his opinion has changed, but for some reason I remember Zane being like, man, I hate Karina. I hate tank Karina. Like, I hate that meta. I hate playing it. This is, the previous meta before, where we are now. So maybe he's grown a liking to the Karina pick, but at the end of the day, we'll see how it all plays out. We saw both teams' team compositions. We know exactly how they need to play around that. And at the end of the day, my biggest question is this Brody pick from Basic. How will that play out for them? But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Land of Dawn. Game number 2 here with Vendetta and the Valley. Vendetta already taken game number 1 in this series.
Yeah, we're going to find out if that was an upset. Maybe it was that the Valley's game to lose, or have they kind of managed out? Have they found and are going to sharpen up their swords as we move into this second game here? I mean, both all over, you can already see a lot of aggression, just everybody showing themselves, not even wanting to give up this Lethal Wanderer right now. And it is going to be picked up by Mobazane, who's going to go ahead and retreat back to go ahead and try to get up this farm. But I mean, here's the thing too, they're not even putting a lot of pressure onto this gold lane. They're gonna go ahead and let Basic and Yuna do their own thing here. Kind of really, both of these teams have faith in their marksmen to kind of get farmed up and their anti-gank potential, which is gonna be very interesting to see as we're moving into this first minute.
Yeah, at this point, you just want to expect both of them to go ahead and farm up. I don't think they're going to find these early kills here, but Mobazane doing exactly what he needs to, right? He's getting into the jungle of Vendetta, trying to grab as much XP as he can. But at the same time, I mean, Poggy is doing just fine farming up, right? Going to be doing the exact same thing as they set up and get ready for this first turtle. But here on the top side, it's going to be Yuna that's in trouble. Mobazane able to grab the kill, but goes down himself, giving the kill to Yuna. And also the turtle's going to be up here shortly. The upside of that, Basic does get a little bit extra gold. Also here, it looks like Vendetta wanted to make a play on the bottom side, but there's the turtle. It is now spawned.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, another fight here at mid. And down comes the Feather Airstrike.
Feather Airstrike going to come down. Shiki is fine. There you go. The Black Dragon form. That's a whole wombo combo and a half. 2 fall for the Valley. And now the turtle actually going to be the taking for Vendetta. Poggy going to work on that. The rest of the team trying to zone them out. The flicker comes out too. They can't get the kill on Shiki at all. And that's going to be the turtle secured as well for Vendetta.
And what a dominating lead right now. Yuna is going to go ahead and use that. It is going to be a little bit of trouble. Basic coming in here is not going to be able to capitalize. As you see that flicker coming out from Yuna. I mean, just a dominating game here. 3-1 already. Starting to edge away. Only about a 500 gold lead for the side of Vendetta. But man, these team fights right now, they're finding the positions, they're finding the kills, and finding the zoning out for these objectives, especially with the Balmont on their side. And even look at that, there's these early feathered airstrikes. They're not even worried about it. They're not disengaging. They always have a plan. Shiki coming in with that enhanced chains, able to pop him up there. So, I mean, you cannot be sloppy about these engagements. There needs to be a plan. If somebody engages, the entire team needs to be ready. That's what the Vendetta is putting out right now. For the Valley, letting them know that, like, you're not going to come in here with some lackadaisical engagements on us.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting pressure on all points right now, trying to do their best, even here on the buffs of Zane, you know, forcing him back to give it up. Most likely going to lose this as he has to go back to the base, heal back up. You know, Fried Chicken is there, but there's 4 members of Vendetta. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do much. There's a flicker, the wild charge, everything coming out. Fried Chicken gonna fall here, so that is gonna be punishment on the bottom side. Not only that, but they took the blue buff from Zane.
Yeah, and amazing there. And we can see here right now, we do have a prediction here. Team Vendetta, they have the predictions. Team Vendetta, the viewers are just a tiny little bit, 6% up in the predictions right now after winning the first game. But we have another engagement here on Shark.
Shark able to get out of there just in time. Mobazane trying to push them back again. This is going to come down to a turtle fight. Poggy has his buff. He's ready to go. Also has the retribution here. They're in a better position to actually just go ahead and take this turtle unless Mobazane can do something about it. Wild charge does come out. Who grabs it? Of course, it's going to be Poggy securing it with a lethal counter. That retribution combination, that's hard to beat, honestly. Even if you're someone like Mobazane, it's a tough thing to handle. But look at the damage already. Shark taking quite a bit. Kill going to the hands of Shiki, and that's another kill for Vendetta.
Yeah, and you were talking about it earlier, being able to find these fatal links and then maximizing it on them. Oh, Chicken coming in, putting in a lot of damage with that Paquito is going to go ahead and disengage there. Mobazane not going to be able to find anything there. But like we saw it a little bit last game. Shark, I feel like they have a great answer for Shark. They are really punishing him for his aggression on these roams. And looks like Yuri actually kind of still pressing his luck here at this bottom lane.
This is such a play style switch up from Yuri, by the way. Like, to go from side lane Fanny to, you know, playing Yu Zhang, it's like night and day, right? But he's still doing an amazing job on the Yu Zhang, also flexing the newest skin, by the way, the Exorcist skin. They look amazing. But at the same time, I mean, the same can be said for Theo, man. Like, Theo is having a much better game here. He's finding those wild charges that he needs here in the mid lane. They're going to be looking for Mobazane again. Gets the knock up here. Zane taking quite a bit of damage. Poggy looking for the kill. Feathered Airstrike's going to come down. Poggy still holding on. There's the lethal counter. Enhanced chains come out. The fatal links to follow up. Shark has to flicker out to survive, and kill after kill. Vendetta widens that gold gap.
Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit of a lag when it comes to the synergy, but they are going to go ahead and push in, and here comes a Black Dragon out.
Yuri just, I mean, that's the threat. Like I said, anytime you see Black Dragon, man, you're just like, run. You know, like what do you do, right? And it's I mean, especially just in terms of Yuri, like it's the same effect with the Fanny. When you saw the Fanny, it was like you're just running away. So, I mean, at this point, another turtle could just go in the hands of Vendetta here. Fried Chicken trying to grab a kill. He finds Shiki. Theo a little bit late with a wild charge, and now it's Zane going in. Can they grab the turtle? They do. What was Zane able to secure that one? It's Vendetta running for the woods here. Super Shark looking to cut them off. Can't get it off. Still holding on to the Fatal Links for now, but a turtle is going to be secured. This is minor steps in the right direction for the Valley.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, like, there was a little bit of a hesitation from the Shark when it came to some of these engagements. Didn't have the Fatal Link, didn't use it early. Oh, no!
Yeah, you don't need anything there. You don't need to use the Fatal Links there. That's just, you know, nice takeoff from Yuri on the bottom side. So, again, another small step in the right direction for the Valley, Private.
Yeah, and still putting on this damage here are the side of Vendetta here, still trying to macro up here, and a nice protection there by Vendetta as well. Every single time that they are putting on or pushing these lanes, oh no, and then you see that Theo, a little bit of trouble, is tanky enough to kind of resist a bunch of that damage. Super Shark does think twice about using that Fatal Links there as well, seeing that it was Poggy there, or seeing that it was Theo there, but we do have an engagement starting here at mid lane.
Yeah, Theo goes in with a wild charge. The answer with a feathered airstrike. They get a knock up here. Yuri now looking for the kill. Basic's going to be in trouble. He does fall. Killing spree going over to Pocket. The Fatal Links comes out. They're looking for another cleanup. Hoon's going to flicker out too. Can they grab another one? It's a double kill for Zane. Another small step in the right direction. Give them 3. Actually make it 3 down for Vendetta. It's a 3-for-2 trade. Quite messy, but still, that's exactly what the Valley needed to crawl back into this game as they transition to the mid game. Lord is going to be just a few seconds away here, and that's crucial, right? They got to fight for space. They got to shut some things down, and at the same time, they need to get their itemization properly set up for that first Lord of the game. They're going to have to deal with Poggy 4-0-2. With that lethal counter retribution combination. This might be the moment they're looking for. Do they pull the trigger? The Fatal Links is going to come out. There's the feathered airstrike. They get the mark. Able to grab the kill. Perfect timing before the first Lord of the game.
And the difference between that engagement and the rest is that it was set up by the Fatal Links, and then the Feathered Airstrike comes out, instead of the opposite there, where Feathered Airstrike came out and then a late Fatal Links by Shark. So as soon as they have the proper setups here, but they are now starting to clash at this Lord.
Oh man, Yuri actually coming in, zoning all of them out. Can they grab the Lord here? Zane does grab it with that retribution, gonna be able to secure it. Yuri grabs a kill on Hoon, and there's another one. Fried Chicken, he's angry, goes in, flickers in, grabs a kill, gets knocked up though himself. That's 2 down for the Valley. Double kill for Yuri, but they trade the Lord on top of it. And meanwhile in the mid lane, there's the Fatal Links. Shiki goes in with the enhanced chains. It's Basic that falls. Shark gonna be the next focus here. He goes down too, and this is a big mistake here for the Valley.
Yeah, you get the Lord. You could have disengaged, especially Zane. He had to disengage. He didn't have the health on his side, but the Valley, the rest of them decide to engage anyway. A Fatal Links pulled in, which kind of meant the end for Basic there, as the Fatal Links pulled the rest of the team in there and forced them onto Basic, who couldn't escape from them. So, I mean, it's just an interesting play by the Valley here, who is used to being so aggressive and might not be so used to fighting these games from behind.
Like Shiki alone, able to use the enhanced chains and kind of disengage or engage is working wonders for Vendetta right now. And that's kind of what we see, the interaction between Theo and Shiki, right? Sometimes it's Theo starting with the wild charges. Sometimes he's actually helping disengage. And they kind of just exchange. Either it's Shiki doing, that vice versa. So it's working out for them. Vendetta's doing a great job at playing around that. Now, still, the gold lead isn't anything really to be talked about because it's pretty much even across the board. It comes down to those micro decisions, right? The micro versus macro here. And Vendetta is doing a great job in a lot of those skirmishes, a lot of those team fights where they're coming out on top. But the same thing can happen for the Valley. And it all comes down to those minor decisions. But the big weakness here that I've seen so far from the Valley is the Basic isn't able to do what he needs to do here. There's another combination. Feathered Airstrike going to come down. Yuri popping the Black Dragon. He's going to be just fine, able to survive. Zane was jumping in there. Now it's Fried Chicken that's going to be in trouble. Flickers in, trying to avoid it, last as long as he can, but he finally goes down, plus the turret. Shark comes in, goes into the bush. Perfect placement. Can he grab one? Here comes Basic now, able to secure a kill for himself. Shiki's the one that goes down. Double kill for Basic. This is massive for this Brody, as he was struggling early on. Grabbing 2 kills is going to be big for him.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I feel like right now it's in the hands. We were talking about it before, how important the roams are in here, how this Atlas will be utilized. And I've just been seeing a lot of engagements where it's kind of questionable Fatal Links coming out. And you kind of have to decide, how is this beneficial for my team? You grab the Yuzong, you do get the Fatal Links onto him, but it's on a Yuzong who has a Black Dragon there. And we are seeing this Lord, this enhanced Lord, is about 2 seconds away from coming up here. Both teams going to be vying for position for this right now, and Fried Chicken actually maybe putting a decent amount of damage on the Yuri.
Well, he thought it was a 1v1, but here comes Shiki. They might look to capitalize on this and get a kill, and that they do. So now Vendetta has a numbers advantage. That could have very well been a kill for Fried Chicken, but a nice placement, nice hold on the trigger there from Yuri. So this is going to be a numbers advantage. Yuri's still on the bottom side. Might be looking just to push that lane in. Poggy's going to go ahead and juggle this Lord around a little bit, waiting for the moment for the Valley to start up. Yuri still pushing the lane in, looking to focus on that inhibitor turret if he can. Here comes Shark looking for the Fatal Links. Can he find it? That's going to be secured here by Poggy. Also a double kill that goes down. Double kill to Poggy. 3 down for the Valley, and once again, a big blunder here for the Valley. They give up the Lord. They almost lose that bottom side turret. This is going to be a hard defense for them, as we see Vendetta now knocking on the door of the Valley's base. They lose another turret on the top side. Lord marching down the bottom. It's up to Vendetta here to press the issue. They're still going to wait for Mobazane to come up. They should be able to defend this, and this is going to be crucial for Shark. Can he find the Fatal Links to set the team up for a defense?
And yeah, and that's the story of this game. Can he find the correct Fatal Links for this? Because, and especially, is he going to be able to find it before we waste ults on this team? Because Fatal Links after you've used Feathered Airstrike, a Fatal Links after you've used Torn Apart Memories. Here comes Shark separated right now, is more of a warning as we have this Lord crashing in that bottom.
Oh, there's the flicker. Theo's going to miss that. The wild charge. There's the Feathered Airstrike in response. Dragon form coming out too, looking to end the game if they can. That's just another setup. There's going to be the Fatal Links. Fried Chicken has to flicker out. Yuna looking to follow up. Another turret's going to fall here. They have just lost Mobazane. The Valley still looking to hold on for dear life 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and there's just not enough from the Valley right now. They took a decent amount of damage here from right at the beginning of that exchange, and Mobazane getting taken out. It's harrowing right now. 1 inhibitor left on their side. Already 1 victory to Vendetta. Is this going to be a 2-0? They are not able to find these sets with that Atlas. Not able to find the openings to who they want, and this isn't even a problem with getting the sets and then worrying about your back line. They just aren't finding the sets initially either.
Yeah, again, I think it's just, Vendetta has a lot of tools to engage and disengage. And going back to the fact that we see that exchange between Theo and Shiki. And it solves a lot of issues for them, and that's what the Valley has to work around. Again, you're relying on Shark, right? A lot of this is relying on Shark, and that's the downside for Shark, because there's this big weight on his shoulders that you got Fatal Links and you go, right? That's the best thing that you can do. But again, who do you do that on? Who do you focus the Fatal Links on? Because there's so much disengage coming out from Vendetta. The best case scenario, you might catch Shiki, you might catch Yuna, but at the end of the day, Yuna even has a way to get out of it. Not only the BMI, but also has, you know, that Purify available to him. So it's so hard for Shark right now to actually find what he needs to do on this Atlas. And this is exactly what I was talking about in the draft, right? So at this point, you kind of have to just shock and awe. You have to find that surprise factor with your Fatal Links. And how do you do that, right? Here in the mid lane, though, they find Shiki. It's actually Fried Chicken able to get that kill. So already in a good position. Can they actually contest the Lord? They've got to work here around Poggy. He still has the lethal counter retribution combination. Are they going to give this one a go? They're trying to get in there. The wild charge does come out. Shark able to pull him out. That's the perfect placement. Gets him away from the Lord. It's going to be secured here by the Valley. And now everybody running for the hills. Theo has to flicker out. Poggy going back to base. And it's the Valley that comes out on top.
Yeah, and a great positioning by them. I did feel like maybe that Fatal Links was going to be a little late, but just on time. Pogi had to disengage, had to dive out of that little Lord Nook, I'll call it, which gave the Valley enough time, separated him, and gave Mobazane enough time to come in with that retry, capture that. Not only that, but they are in a great position right now, more patient, did not force that fight, and did bass up, but we do have a wild charge coming in.
Oh man, that's the punishment right there. The wild charge plus the blade do it. There's the Fatal Link though. They're going to be able to find that one. Theo's quite low. The killing spree for Basic. Able to grab a kill. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade so far. They've got to take care of the Lord though still. They have to manage this one as they lost Theo. So now it's Vendetta with their backs against the wall here as the Valley is trying to capitalize on this Lord push. Going to grab the tier 2 turret. Now it's their turn to look at the base of Vendetta as we see them trying to defend here. Shiki there. Feathered Airstrike going to come down, trying to zone them out as much as possible. Lord finally goes down. And they're going to push them back just a little bit here. Flickering out for Basic. And right now, again, still it's neck and neck. I mean, even the gold lead, itemization and all, is quite even here, Private.
Yeah, and even in holding Valley down to just one turret there, where any other team probably would have lost two and probably lost one of the inhibitors. A great job by Vendetta to kind of hold even a disadvantage to the most minimal advantage as possible there. Mobazane does put a lot of damage onto Theo there. It's just it's anybody's game. You were saying it's basically 50-50. Everything is even here, and it's just coming down to these engages.
Yeah, I mean, it's whoever gets that set up first, right? And Vendetta, honestly, they have more options for it. Here you go, Fried Chicken. Immortality going to be popped already. He's going to be in danger. Can he stay alive, though, long enough? The team looking to back him up. Fried Chicken still alive for now, but not for long because Yuri grabs the kill here. So that's one down for the Valley. And now Vendetta could be looking to just assault the base the best they can here. Mobazane trying to get control of this blue buff, hit as much as possible, looking to secure the buff. Lord's going to be up in about 20 seconds, though. So Fried Chicken might be a little bit late to the party, but he's definitely going to make it for the next big objective fight. Let's see if they give the go signal here. Shark trying to get some information. Theo goes in with the wild charge. Poggy goes in too, forcing the flicker out from Hoon. That's actually going to be crucial. Now Mobazane going to be the focus. He is a little bit out of position here. Can they get the kill? Dodges, sidesteps, but there's the Fatal Links, the follow-up from Basic, able to punish Vendetta. Blazing Duet going to come out. Shiki's the one that falls, and now the Lord is up for the taking.
Yeah, it's up and in a good position is Vendetta right now. Only down about a third health, but you see the rest of the Valley coming in here trying to contest it. Might have the numbers in their advantage.
Mobazane just waiting in the corner. Who's going to be able to get that Lord first? Poggy holding onto it as well. Might be holding onto it too long. It's going to be secured by Mobazane. Able to get the Lord for the game. And now the chaos in the river. Immortality going to be popped here. Yuri going to be in trouble. Can't escape this one. The shutdown for Fried Chicken. And there you go. 2 fall for Vendetta.
Yeah, to fall, and now obviously feeling a little bit more confident is the Valley here, but you cannot count Vendetta out of this. This is a pretty decently sized and powered Lord. We are at the about the 21-minute mark here, so it is going to be looming. It's going to be able to do a ton of damage here if Vendetta is not careful.
Yeah, here comes the charge. One more hit. That turret's going to be taken care of. Feathered Airstrike comes down, trying to do their best. Theo with Wild Charge. Can't get away, though, from Basic. Yuri's still out of the picture, too. Fried Chicken and the Valley here. There's the 3-man fatal link. Shark has been waiting for the moment, and that helps them take the game here as they take game number 2, evening it out 1-1.
It's amazing that Shark. Yeah, you're right. It just felt like he was waiting for that opportunity to catch the fatal links on 3 of them. Not only that, but the team, the Valley, ready for that fatal links and able to clean them up so quickly. Oh, it's amazing. And this is what I expected from these two teams, from Vendetta, from the Valley. I mean, you can't even say that the Valley dominated. It was neck and neck until those final 50 seconds. Mobazane coming in and being able to kind of his top tier retry game, able to out retry a Belmont. I mean, that's amazing. That speaks for the skill of Mobazane, especially when he's focused on that. Man, an amazing game there, and bravo to the Valley. First victory for them.
Yeah,
hiding it. It's a 1-on-1.
I mean, there was clearly issues there for, Super Shark specifically early on, and it just kind of struggled for them. And at the same time, I got to say, there was moments where he turned things around, especially at the end, right? At the end, he was able to get that 3-man fatal link, but at the same time, there was moments in the game, specifically, I know we're going to possibly see it in the highlights later on, where he actually fatal linked and pulled Poggy away from the Lord. That's why Mobazane was able to get that advantage in terms of the retry and make it work. So I think that's something that really worked well for them.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Just because, just a lot, you can see here, just the damage here. You can see here 100k more damage here on the side of the Valley. It's just a dominating game. Not even dominating, but they found the openings. They were down and out, but still able to maintain that focus, still able to maintain that composure when they needed it. Even a person down, Fried Chicken got caught early, and then had to. We were waiting for him to kind of revive there at the base, but still the Valley able to find the opening, 4v5, able to take down the Lord. With the help of Mobazane there. And then once they had that Lord, once it was past that 18 minutes, that Lord's powerful. You need to have an answer for it. And unfortunately, Vendetta was just a single step behind the Valley in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we already said it, right? For the longest time, it was pretty neck and neck. It was very even across the board. And I feel like it just took a little bit longer for Basic to really come online there on this Brody pick. And I feel like that's one of the hard things about picking a Brody is you need that certain environment, you need that certain situation to really be able to pump out that damage, because, even with your spells and whatnot, you don't have that much mobility. You don't have, yes, you can, move around and get those marks off and everything, but still with a composition which was across from you, it really limits that kind of mobility of a Brody pick. Specifically, having this Yu Zhang here, kind of zoning out. Not only that, but Shiki with enhanced chains. That's kind of what we saw. But at one point, Basic was able to actually get some of these early kills. I think he got a double at some point, and he got maybe a shutdown, got a ton of gold. And then that damage, that is the upside of Brody, is later on, your damage is remarkable, right? If you can really get those, this is where he gets the double, where you can really get that damage off, because a lot of the times, yeah, the positioning, he would get knocked up by the enhanced chains or zoned out, but it just ended up working out for them when he got those early kills, able to secure some items, and then slowly but surely, they were able to get that advantage. But still, I mean, a lot of this, the way that I see it, is a lot of this happened because of Shark. And that's why I feel like that final moment in the base when he got that 3-man fatal, like, even if it wasn't, even if technically the game was probably going to be over by then anyway, that had to feel good for him, and like seeing that struggle. And especially if you're a roam player yourself, you play in your own games and you're always getting stuck with the roam pick, that feels good, right? It does, because you get punished and a lot of the fingers get pointed to roamers if they can't find the setups that they need. But it obviously worked for him there. So that is already game number 2 wrapped up here. We're at 1-for-1. We are going to be jumping into the draft for game 3, and we'll see again how these two teams decide to approach this one, because honestly, like we mentioned, Private, that game 2 was pretty neck and neck for the most part.
What's interesting to me is some of the strengths I thought from the Valley are kind of being countered here. As Shark, who I've thought has been like probably one of the top roams in North America, always finds openings, always finds that ability and those sets. Kind of maybe not as comfortable on the Atlas. And probably something that was scouted out. The XP laner, Fly Chicken, has been a dominating position for the Valley. It's been one of those things that they've not had to worry about. They never have to worry about Fly Chicken because his lane is always good. Even when Mobazane comes up there to gank, the synergy between them is just so good that it's just never been a worry. And what I've seen in these last few games is that that Vendetta has an answer for that. They've been able to take Shark out of his comfort zone. They've been able to have these picks that kind of close down and find these opportunities on Fly Chicken where he's getting killed on a Paquito, where against the Yu Zhong, I mean, maybe not losing the laning phase, but as we move into these team fights, they're able to find these pickoffs from some of these possibly a little bit more loose and lackadaisical rotations by the Valley, and they're really taking advantage of that. And it's, man, what more could you ask for from the top bracket in this series, man? It's just these are such close games and such just a great show from both teams so far, and it's only 1-1.
Yeah, like I said, I hope we go 5 games here. And I like that you pointed it out, because talking about Fried Chicken or any XP lane, honestly, any XP laners out there, it's one of those underrated roles, right? I feel like it's underrated because a lot of people just find XP kind of like in its own world. It's some people don't think it's action packed, or it's kind of boring or something. But honestly, there are players out there, and Fried Chicken's one of them, that actually brings this kind of spiciness flavor to the XP lane, and that's what you see from his play style. And yeah, you're right. Any team that can just be like, okay, our XP lane is good, and at the same time they know when to actually be there for the team fights, and they know when not to be there, right? And when to just push those lanes, put pressure around the map, and kind of serve that purpose. Any team that has that makes it so much easier, because then you have your other stuff that you have to worry about, right? And that's the thing that I honestly think that in a similar fashion, you can also say that about Yuri. Now, Yuri hasn't, we haven't seen as much as Yuri, as much as we've seen Fried Chicken, right? A lot of people will say that, but the thing is the Fanny was cool, right? But also the Yu Zhang pick was great. I think that other things just have to fall into place for them. So going to the draft now, this is going back to the tables of Faramis versus Valentina, that whole situation, how that plays out. The double cult altar that we're probably most likely going to see, but it's also Vendetta that's going to be grabbing the Atlas here. And you actually mentioned, it's probably not a comfort pick for Super Shark to actually have that Atlas, because I think if, according to the stats, that was his first time bringing out for the tournament, right? The Atlas pick. So it is going to be interesting to see how maybe this is much more comfortable for him, the Grok, right? How he plays around that. But I still see the same kind of struggle happening here for Vendetta. Atlas, it can struggle, it can perform, it can shine, but I think it's better because in this situation, you have a cult altar to help you out, right? But your last picks, especially your gold lane, what do you take? They've got the Paquito there, but I think, again, you have to be able to check those boxes off for Vendetta. Whereas if you look at the Valley, man, the Valley
their first 3 picks, pretty solid, right? Pretty safe. I would say it's safe and it's solid. And it'll really come down to how they want to play around that, especially, again, going same situation. What's their gold lane going to be? You know, who is Basic going to play here? And I don't think this is a situation where we see him play Brody unless he really wants to possibly lock that in again. But either way, I still want to see if we flip-flop, right? If Theo is able to play this Atlas and have a more shining early game to set the team up, because I feel like that's what they need right now.
Well, I mean, Theo has had at least 4 matches this tournament on Atlas, compared to Shark, who I believe that was probably his first time in this tournament. So in this tournament, at least, Theo has shown a lot more comfort on that Atlas. So it's something to watch out for, especially since, I mean, we don't really have a counter for it on the side of the Valley. I mean, you have that Colt Ultra that you're going to be popping out, but I mean, you have a Valentina as well on the side of Vendetta. So I almost want to say that like it's a Colt Ultra that's canceled out, because you if you have 2 Colt Ultras, I mean, you're basically just extending it for both teams. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how the Valley answer it, because like you said, that's one of those picks that needs a counter, that needs to have an answer for it, especially as you move out of the laning phase. Not even just out of the laning phase, because in the laning phase you can find those openings to kind of dive under tower, find the fatal links, and pull that laner back into your team. So it's going to be man, I don't fret for these compositions in this draft pick for the Valley, to see how they're gonna answer that. You see Yuri picking up that Dyroth in answer to kind of some of the other stronger picks that you see in that XP lane. The Uranus gets countered out by, well, I mean, Semi gets countered out just because of the damage that the burst damage that Dyroth can put out there. I still feel like Uranus, kind of as you move into the mid and late game, his mobility allows him to still cut those lanes and still and to get away in a way that Dyroth just can't chase. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how they deal with it.
Yeah, and so I kind of expected this gold lane pickup, you know, coming out from Basic, the Irithyll, great choice to deal with the Colt Ultra on the other side. Also, I mean, I wasn't expecting the Ruby pick, but I think that can complement what they're going for here. Again, you have a lot of tools available to you to find those like owning your own engagements, not only with the Grok but the Ruby as well. But also, I feel like they're going to lack just a little bit of damage early on, and that's where we could possibly see Vendetta shine, right? Because also they've got a Paquito. Not only that, but the, early damage jungle Paquito is going to work really well. You also have, that's the great thing about Dyroth, is even if you struggle in lane, eventually, like just the way that his kit works, that armor penetration and everything else can really help the Paquito. It complements it very well. And I think that's something that could work wonders for Vendetta in the early game, especially, again, going up to what they have. And then, with Yuna on the carry, it allows you to have that kind of potential to shred these tanks down mid to late game if it really happens, if it allows. So here we are jumping in to game number 3, the Valley versus Vendetta.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you mentioned that, because I was thinking about it. There is a kind of a little bit of a lack, not just a lack, but kind of countered by the immense amount of damage that is on the side of Vendetta. Not just early game, but as you move into the late game with Yuna on this carry, with Shiki on this Valentina. So it's going to be very... the Valley's gonna have to be very careful about their engagements, about how they do this, because I feel like almost when it comes to team fights, they're gonna have a pretty decent lack of damage, and they're gonna need to find these picks on the side onto Vendetta if they really want to be successful here.
Yeah, what I would have loved to see is Hoon, instead of taking Mystery Shop, I would love to see like Magic Worship. We've seen some Faramis's do that, and it actually ends up working well to provide a little bit of that extra magic damage early poke. But Mystery Shop is great too, because it allows you to itemize quicker, I guess. But I still feel like they will lack a little bit of that damage early on. But if they can just secure those objectives with using this Ballman specifically, Mobazane will actually be able to just allow the team to play a little more safe and then profit in the mid to late game. I think that's something that they could definitely do too. And also, this is it's different, right? Not seeing a Irithyll have sprint, instead taking the Purifying, which is obviously viable because you're playing against an Atlas. It's something that a lot of people aren't used to seeing because she just works so well with the sprint built in to her kit, that Electro Flash. So a little bit on the safer side, I feel like, for the Valley here. They go back to kind of an objective focused game, as we just saw them grab that first turtle pretty much cleanly. And right now, just farming up, playing as safe as possible. The goal here is to really just try to get to that mid-game power spike, especially for basic. It will take a little bit longer. I feel like carry can get there kind of sooner. So at some point within the next few minutes, we're going to see Vendetta looking for those sets, looking forward to actually press the issue on the Valley.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is too, especially Hoon, he's gonna have to be very careful about those Shadow Stampedes. So you see a little bit of a I'm offended here on the Yuri. He does take damage from that tower. Mobazane here competing against two members for that Lethal Wanderer, but gets pulled a very lackadaisical, we do see a lethal counter come out, but then gets pulled by Theo with that Fatal Link. So a great play by them, and I'm not sure what Mobazane was looking for there. Unfortunately, did not find it. You see Hoon coming in with that Cult Altar. He is by himself there, unfortunately, is going to be taken out by Pogi, and man, already 1 and 2 for the side of Vendetta.
Yeah, and off camera, Fried Chicken able to get the kill there on Yuri. Yuri actually survived for quite some time, but there goes Pogi on the bottom side. They're going to focus there, trying to get the kill on Fried Chicken. 2 members still going, so they're not able to get that. Also, cross-map play on the top side, can't convert into anything yet. Either. So again, the past minute, Mobazane a little bit question mark there. What was he really trying to accomplish? Gets Fatal linked into the turret. That's a feels bad. And at the same time, again, you just need to scale into this mid game, right? Scale into it, continue to focus on the objectives. That's the best case scenario for them. But like I said, Vendetta, man, they do have a Vendetta, and they want to go ahead and force these situations, these uncomfortable situations for the Valley, which is exactly what we're going to see Theo do here proactively on this Atlas pick. So Fried Chicken does go down the bottom side.
Yeah, but Mobazane able to kind of answer that back, but all the while, Pogi and the rest of Vendetta able to kind of zone out the rest of the Valley, pick up that turtle. Oh, nice wild charge, does latch on to Yuna, who is in trouble, is going to get taken down here by Basic, so they are able to answer it up and tie up the game here. And this is tied, everything from kills to gold, right back at Vendetta as they are starting to get more gold from Basic on this top turret.
Yeah, Pogi though. Okay, you can't actually get the kill there. I was, thinking he'd be able to actually get that kill as low as he is. I mean, even looking at the items, we're going to start seeing at this 5-minute mark, first core items being picked up here. Even, Hoon having that Clock of Destiny, that'll help him scale. Like I was mentioning, in terms of scaling, he's got to be able to provide a little bit of that poke damage, the magic damage. But at the same time, you're just really waiting. You're allowing Basic to get online here for this Irithyll. Now, still, damage department is in favor of Vendetta, as we're seeing.
Yeah, we do see an I'm offended on the Yuri, who does get baited into a fight here, but Fried Chicken does get taken out there. Fatal Links does connect onto Mobazane, who is fighting off 3 members. Is he going to be able to get away here? We see that Cult Altar activated as they're going to go ahead and use that to dive in. Mobazane actually able to get out. Cult Altar of their own is going to be able to save Mobazane there, but at the top, you see the damage and the tower going down for Vendetta. So, I mean, able to answer it back. It is 3-4 in favor of Vendetta, and both teams trading their first tower.
See, I feel like this one, Private's more calculated by both teams, right? But right into the bush they go.
Yeah, you see that wild charge does pop them up, and then that Shadow Stampede pulling them, dropping them low, but not able to capitalize. What we were talking about earlier doesn't. They kind of lack a little bit of damage, especially in this early game, to be able to capitalize on there. Starting to try to put the pressure onto this. Their macro is top right now, opening it up for Mobazane to go ahead and start on this turtle. So, I mean, a great job by the Valley right now. Is going to be able to find that opening to get there, but a little bit, I was about to say an engagement there, but Theo thought twice about it, backing off there.
Yeah, again, going back to my point, this one feels very calculated by both teams, right? Very objective based, not so much looking for fights because the Valley knows that they are lacking some damage for now. You see Vendetta sometimes really trying to force those skirmishes or those fights, but it usually just ultimately ends up in dispersion, right? Disengage, basically. Right now, though, Yuri going to be the focus here. Here comes Shiki.
Oh yeah, another Cult Altar by Shiki to go ahead and top him off. Cult Altar of this on the side of the Valley there. Wild Charge does pop them up. Shiki in a little bit of trouble, does get taken out there. Yuri follows closely behind, and now Theo trying to disengage. Not sure if he's gonna be able to get it. Wall is gonna cut him off, but is gonna be able to use that to get away. Is Theo right now in a great position? Are the Valley able to pick up 2 kills there?
So going. I mean, that's the thing, right? If the Valley is finding picks here and there, that's actually great for them because I mean, this early on, it should be Vendetta that's finding those early kills, those skirmishes that are in their favor. But at this point, you know, they've given up some key objectives that they really haven't been able to contest. That's why that first Lord of the game is going to be so kind of crucial for them. You can see already Shiki trying to get that Cult Altar as he does set up for it because in 30 seconds, it's going to be up here. Now, the question is, are they in position itemization wise, damage department wise to actually contest it? Because again, Mobazane, he's just been free farming, right? He's been in free farm mode. He's quite tanky himself, and they're going to be looking to assert that position in that Lord pit, forcing Vendetta actually to pull the trigger here, which again, they could, because that's what Theo's job is, right? He is the one. He does have that flicker available, so we could expect a flicker fatal link combo. The downside is Theo's not that tanky yet himself, right? That's one of the things about Atlas is you have an amazing set potential, but at the same time, if the damage is there from the other team, you're kind of going to get melted in the process, right? So that's why you rely so much on that Cult Altar copy from Shiki, and hopefully you come out on top still alive from there. So as we see them kind of just push and pull between this Lord, we've got also both XP laners pushing on the top side, trying to put some pressure there. And right now, it's just going to be a 4v4 here for the first Lord of the game.
Yeah, and starting to kind of flank around are going to go ahead and start pushing these lanes here, which is interesting. Looks like both teams are kind of baiting it out, looking who's going to draw it in. Balmond is picking up a decent amount of damage from Pogi there. Theo not able to find the stun onto them. Is going to go ahead and back off, and they know that they're in this bush waiting to kind of find a good position. And it looks like both of them are going to go ahead and reset on the map. Oh, but it looks like we're already going to go ahead and start on here. We do see the Cult Altar already wasted by Hoon, so this is going to be a little bit of trouble here as we start this Lord. Is this a fight you really want? You don't have the Cult Altar anymore. You are a player down, so it's essentially a 4v5, and they have a Cult Altar of their own right now. So it's going to be very interesting. We do see the pop up there. Cult Altar has been wasted, right, or has been used right now. Super Shark coming in here right now, trying to put on the damage. We see this Lord is down to about 25% health. Super Shark able to pick up the kill onto Theo right now. Pogi picks up this first Lord, but it looks like the rest of Vendetta is on the run, and Mobazane and them not able to go ahead and pick up those kills. But at the bottom here, you see Yuna getting taken out as well. Kind of shades of last game when the Valley was picking up these Lords, but losing 2 or 3 players in those skirmishes.
Yeah, and they still got Yuri down there. So I'm not sure why he stayed there. You know, he should have tried to disengage, but you know, they lose a couple members. Yeah, like you mentioned, they grabbed the Lord, but at what cost, right? I mean, it's great to get it, but it's just going to be taken care of. It is only a normal one. They're going to lose turret after turret here. So right now, Vendetta backs against the wall. There's the 2K gold lead as well for the Valley. And so now they have this small momentum, and Basic is sitting pretty on 3-0-2, right? And he doesn't have to do too much, honestly, because right now, whether it's Hoon or it's Fried Chicken or Shark, they're finding actually the angles they need to find the setups, right? That's what the Valley is doing. And at the same time, even when they took out Hoon before that fight, it still ended up working out in their favor. Like Hoon got back in time and helped turn that tide, right? Because as you saw, Theo took a ton of damage before the light fight. And yes, Poggy has it too, as he goes for Mobazane.
Yeah, Mobazane gonna be taken out here. Fly Chicken gonna expend that flicker to get away from the other fight. But yeah, exactly what I was saying. Oh, Theo in trouble, wild charge, just a bamboozlement into that bush, and getting taken out there does a Theo. They are still continuing the press on here. Super Shark putting on the pressure on Tashiki as you see this middle lane being pushed in right now, and they are gonna go ahead, reset on the map. Still 74 seconds left on this Lord though, and the problem is that it almost kind of is a false sense of security when you take out Hoon and think you have the advantage. I even got duped out because I was like, it's a 4v5. No, it's not, because Hoon, the passive on that Faramis means that he's going to be up right away, still able to come back in and use that Cold Altar. Oh, Shark is in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to have to use that Wild Charge to get away.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Again, going back to Vendetta here specifically, right? They have great damage. They have great toolkits here. I think they just need to buy some more time. They also not only need to buy some more time to let Yuna catch up, because Yuna's been struggling this game. They also need to just not get, misplaced, because that's what's happening. That's what the Valley is doing a great job at. And again, it's allowing just Basic to pretty much free hit, right, on this Irithil. So that's the tough spot that Vendetta's in. Not only that, but going back to the fact, even when we got a chance to look at the items here, Theo, he just for some reason, he's taken a ton of damage. So his job is literally to get those Fatal Links off and then hope that his team can profit off it. Because as soon as Theo is gone, you don't have a tank. You have a Cult Altar. That's it, right? So it's a little bit tougher for them. When on the other side, the Valley has not only how tanky Mobazane is, but you have Super Shark and Fried Chicken.
Yeah, Mobazane gets caught by the Fatal Links. Does get they make quick work of him, does Vendetta, which means that they do not have a retribution for this next Lord. It is essentially a 5v4 right now. Vendetta in a great position here. Shark biding his time right now. Not sure if they have a plan in mind. You see them coming out. Cold Altar has been activated, but he's still able to pick up that Lord. Cold Altar activated. Isn't going to be enough for the side of Vendetta. They are putting on the damage, are able to take down Basic there, and unfortunately that is 2 down for the side of the Valley, and a Lord going over to their side as well. Still trying to put on the pressure here. They might just want to think about disengaging, thinking about that defense as they reset on the map here. Still going to put on the pressure here. Theo comes in with a nice Fatal Links on the Fried Chicken, who does find an escape almost as Yuri puts on the damage. Down goes Fried Chicken. Still have 2 out of the game right now. Essentially a 3v5 right now. The Valley cannot find an answer. Hoon gets taken out there. Mobazane running for his life is trying to get out of here. Shark trying to slow up and secure this escape for them. And that is going to be a tower up at the top. You see the Luminous Lord is going to go ahead and charge. Make short work of that tower. Starting to come in right now. Mobazane going to go ahead, try to put some damage on ahead of his inhibitor tower, and it might put them in a bad position here. Pogi is hiding in, lying in wait, but the rest of the Vendetta is kind of waiting, and you see that they go ahead and use that Sentinel to get vision there, which lets them know there was nobody else there, and Pogi going ahead and disengaging.
Yeah, so when things get messy, they get messy quick, and that's how I see, like, when pressure is put on the Valley, that's where most of their mistakes come from, right? And a lot of the time, Vendetta is just being more patient, and that's exactly what we see them doing. And that's why what led up to that Lord take was they were patient, waiting in that bush. Theo was able to get the setup on Mobazane, right? Use that Fatal Links, and then eventually snowballed from that to the Lord to finding another Fatal Link under the tier 1 turret, and things just kind of started falling for the Valley. So they've kind of got to recollect here, right? Like slow down, recollect, and then actually just not go kind of haphazardly looking into bushes, right? Face checking, going here and there. Not to say Mobazane face check, but he is quite tanky, right? That's why you have the Ballman. But you don't expect that there's 3 members of Vendetta. Just like now, they're going to be looking to get him again.
Yeah, he does get pulled in with that Fatal Links. Is going to make short work there. Here comes the Wild Charge. Is going to take down Mobazane. So he's caught again. Here comes the... we see that Cult Alter comes out there. I'm Offended pulls in Theo. They take him down. Another Wild Charge onto Yuri, who's trapped behind the wall. Hoon takes him out as well. So we are starting to move. They do lose Mobazane, but they collect 2 kills of their own. Are not going to be able to make anything else happen with them, as the rest of Vendetta is going to go ahead and disengage. And you are just so correct when it comes to these mistakes, these checks, these kind of getting caught out alone. This is not the team to be making those types of mistakes. Again, we're going to come in here. Pogi is going to go ahead and get that immortality tap and taken down as well. So now we have 3 kills unanswered for the side of Vendetta. Are they going to be able to do anything to kind of stave off this? We have minions coming in here, making short work of this. Tower gets shredded. Here comes the Fatal Links on the Hoon. We have the Cole Alter, do we? We don't. Hoon gets taken out. Basic trying to run away. It's not going to be enough. A misplaced wall by Shark as he gets taken out as well. It is just Mobazane left, and man, I don't know what he has here. Doesn't look like the rest of Vendetta is going to go ahead and wait or try for this Lord. They're going to go ahead and just push. They have some minions on their side. Hoon is back up, so it is a 2v4. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. You see Hoon coming in, does think twice about trying to protect that. We are down to inhibitors on the side of the Valley. Yuri not able to put the damage on the Mobazane, who is trying. They're going to be able to take down this minion, and I'm not sure how. I mean, you get a tower, but you kind of lose the advantage you had for this lore potentially. No, they're shredding that. So, nice.
They're shredding it. I was wondering the same thing. There's the Fatal Links though. Mobazane.
Yeah, he's in a world of hurt. They just Mobazane is having a large amount of trouble on this Balmon, just getting caught, going in the bushes. That especially against Theo, able to find these Fatal Links and just unanswered by Mobazane, who is just, like I said, kind of out there alone. The rest of his team not in position, not able to get the farm that he's trying to, and now they're going to have to contend with a Luminous Lord here with Mobazane out.
So this is the weird thing, right? I mean, both teams the past couple minutes making, mistakes, both of them. Both junglers getting caught out a little bit. Both teams kind of staying in an area way too long, and then things got turned around. But the way that everything kind of fell into place, it just ended up going in favor for Vendetta as they march in with this Lord. It's going to have to be a great defense coming out from the Valley as the Lord charges up.
Yeah, it's coming in there. It's going to be one more swing on this bottom inhibitor tower. Is going to go ahead and drop it. The rest of the Vendetta is going to go ahead trying to push in these lanes. And I think that might be it for the side of the Valley. They are going to go ahead and be able to defend this. It's just where do you go from here? And I think it needs to start. If you have an answer, it needs to start with is not going out alone.
Yeah. So. I mean, you said it, right? Don't go alone. You see Vendetta a lot of times trying to just find those bushes where they can plant themselves in, and Theo especially, they already got the Cult Altar out, right? So that's a good resource taken away, but at the same time, there's nothing really up here that they can prioritize other than the base, right? Try to punch down a turret if they can. It's still going to be a while for that Lord to come up here for the game. It was a good thing that Vendetta held on to that bottom inhibitor turret for so long, but here, looking for a setup.
Yeah, they still find Mobazane, who is taking a heap of damage from Yuna on this carry. Oh, he still gets taken out by Yuna as those last bits of auto attacks still find Mobazane, even though he was able to kind of dash out of the way. And now, again, Zane, 1, 6, and 5. This is almost unheard of. Is him almost, I don't want to say the weak link of the team, but he's been getting caught an awful lot for the side of the Valley, which is really kind of setting up these engagements. We do still have minions pushing in here. Looks like the Vendetta, we have a concealed play in here. Atlas not able to find the stun, but you do have minions crashing in here. Fried Chicken is trying to stave it off, trying to be that front line. Hoon coming in, putting on the damage. Theo comes in, finds the Fatal Links, and here comes the Cult Altar. Is it going to be enough as the Wild Charge comes out? Theo gets taken out. Hoon able to take down Poggy. Shiki gets taken down as well. This might be a little bit of trouble. Fried Chicken coming in, looking for that CC onto Yuna, who's still trying to put on the damage. Basic is going to go ahead ahead and take down that immortality up at the top. Yuri and Hoon battling it out, trying to juke. I think Hoon's just trying to kind of keep him busy up here. We have a core push right now by the side of the valley. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to stop this. This is going to be game 2 going over to the valley.
Oh my God, what a series, Private. I had to jump in just to talk about a series there. What a roller coaster ride that was. It's like back and forth. It's like 20 minutes game every game now. And then in the last fight, if Theo actually did not go in that early, I think they might actually have a chance to win this game.
Yeah, it's just been... these matches are so close, and it's coming down, especially with how Vendetta has answers for all of these members. Zane, you can feel the frustration on him, trying to make things happen, but getting caught out, letting that kind of seep into him as he's, what was it, like 6 or 7 deaths in that game alone. I want to say, probably like the most deaths I've ever seen from Mobazane taking a single encounter. But the rest of the team able to kind of find the openings, and still kind of stay grounded and find that push in there and get another game over Vendetta.
Yeah, I mean, this is Valley's game point now. Can Vendetta take us to game 5? Like I said, this is just both teams making mistakes over and over again. Vendetta, even in game 2, they had a solid chance, but I think they're making history repeat itself right here in game 3, right? Like, literally what we saw, they had such humongous lead. They could just waited for Lord to show up. They got the kill they needed. They 10 seconds until the next Numen's Sword. Why not just get the Luminous Sword, you know? And then they could have just won the game, but instead they want to dive onto the high ground and just ended the game right there. And that's something that really Vendetta needed to take a deep breath and just calm down, relax, and think about like the next game. Really take it slow. They have what it takes. It's just come down to staying calm.
Yeah, and amazing here. You see Basic here going ahead and snatching up that MVP. Man, you can even see in the stats here, getting Vendetta had the damage on their side. What is amazing to me is the fact that they were only the Valley only 30k damage behind Vendetta, despite not really having the damage on their side. Really, Hoon coming in there toward the late game with that. With the damage on his side, with that Faramis. So it's amazing to me how well they performed, especially with a comp that it didn't feel like it was they had the damage on their side, especially early or late game. And man, just an amazing game played by both here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how to do analysis on this game, to be honest. The damage is so close, the entire kills is so close. Again, it's just back and forth, right? It's just who make the least mistake seem to win that series. Look at this engages here. This is a quick save, by the way, from the entire side of Valley. You know, it seemed like Vendetta, again, they're rushing it. You can see like the reason why they lose some of the team fights, because they're not patient enough, right? And that's really not doing them any dividends here. And a lot of times when they're getting punished really heavily, is when they're executing stuff like without any like really preparation. Just now 2 versus 5. Let's take a look at this lore 5 right here. But I gotta say, I gotta give it to Vendetta where they're able to find the footing and just find a kill, find a pick kill actually onto Zane every single time, right? They understand, okay, the key to victory here is Zane, you with the lethal counter with the retribution. So instead of finding the 5-man ultimate, really big ultimates, we see
Yeah, and it really interesting though is that they were able to find you, like you were saying, and that might have been probably the problem there. They get the pick onto Mobazane, but they don't have that fatal links for the rest of the team when it came into it. So I mean, very plan, and especially for the side of Vendetta, they found the picks on a Mobazane, but did not find the picks onto the rest of the team, which might have kind of been the issue. Mobazane sent out as kind of maybe that bait. Maybe it's the 5-head plan. Maybe they were thinking ahead. This wasn't Mobazane getting caught. This is Mobazane forcing out a fatal links and a lot of abilities and letting his team kind of come in clutch in the rest of those engagements.
That's what we like to call big brain plays. You know, you never know, right? 200 IQ, is it 100 IQ? You know, at the end of the day, they got the W, right? They got the win. And this also brings them to a match point, right? So there's some things here that I feel like Vendetta can learn from that game and how they adjust for the game ahead of them, that game number 4, because it's a weird, because with these two teams, Private, I gotta say, it seems like it could go either way. It doesn't matter what game we have, it could be 50-50.
Yeah, which is amazing to me. Here's the thing, though. I'm not sure if it's the picks, if it's the micro, if it's the mechanical ability, but I feel like from both of these teams, I've seen more mistakes here than I have from these teams in the entirety of this, in the entirety of NACT right now. And I'm not sure if it's because they're not used to the aggression, and I'm not sure if you feel that way as well. But like, it's definitely feels like they're evenly matched, but not to the point where like it's just the teams, it's the mistakes that are kind of keeping both teams in here.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that you actually say that, because that was my personal thought before, because I remember even before game 1 happened, I was like, you know, both these teams have weaknesses. They obviously have made mistakes. If you watch the tournament, right? And I have been watching the tournament, and it's like, for some reason, there's like more mistakes happening in this matchup than, yeah, the whole tournament for their individual matches. So I don't know exactly, you know, what's happening, but I will say that when things get chaotic, that's where I feel like both of these teams kind of like things get a little messy. Like it's like they're trying to make that chaos work for them, but things end up not working out and everything kind of just falls apart, and whoever comes out on top, you know, wins. It's kind of like just throwing that dice and being like, oh, okay, we got the upper hand in this fight. Next one here, we're gonna throw this dice, we got the upper hand here. Now I think that's just again, it can go to the fact that both these teams are amazing in their own right. And yeah, it does come down to the micro plays. It does come down to those macro decisions. And that's where you see really, for example, the Valley, they're very, each one is amazing, right? Each player in their own role is amazing, but sometimes the synergy is off. The same can be said for Vendetta, man, right? Their synergy is obviously there, but sometimes it's off. You know, sometimes it's Yuri carrying the weight. Sometimes it's Poggy. Sometimes Theo's finding those setups and being patient and everything. Sometimes it seems like he's tilting a little bit and he's, you know, pressing situations that aren't exactly good for the team. So both of them, I just feel like are very similar matched in terms of across the board. And that's why I'm going back to the fact that it's 50-50, right? Even for this matchup, for game 4, I couldn't clearly call who's going to win it, because now we've seen games where things are like, oh, it's definitely going to end here, and then it just gets flipped over, right? So again, that with all that being said, the bans are almost done here, the first phase. Nothing too out of the ordinary, honestly, at this point. You know, heroes that we're used to seeing being banned. Still, by the way, the Fanny is going to be more so a respect ban there. They also, you know, Vendetta doesn't want to give up that Melissa. The Julian, who we even talked about before, it was Dave that said, you know, was for quite a while was a king, you know, was very strong and picked a lot, but he is going to be banned out here. So we'll see what priority is going to be for Vendetta as we wait for that last ban.
Yeah, man, you said it well. It's anybody who says that, oh, obviously the Valley have it, or obviously Vendetta have it, I'd call them a liar. Like, these games are so close, just with especially with how these fights are going up, and especially that game 2 where Vendetta was pretty much in a dominating position for most of the game, and then suddenly the Valley able to come back and clench that victory. It's been back and forth, and honestly, if you're one of these team members, you want to have a talk with your team right now, because you cannot depend on 50-50. You cannot depend on chance. And you said it right, like, where they seem like they're just kind of rolling the dice out there. They're just like, all right, everybody just clash in. Whoever gets the Lord, I guess. You know, it's and
roll D20.
Kind of these clashes. So like we're waiting, and that's kind of a problem almost for both of these teams, is that it does kind of feel like it's up to chance, and it doesn't. it's not as satisfying a victory. I mean, it's great for us to watch. Don't get me wrong. It's but for the teams, it's not as you definitely want to talk with them, kind of find out where these shortcomings are coming from, because those are just not the type of engagements that you want, where you're kind of just like closing your eyes and just throwing damage out and hoping that we can get this. Not saying that like it's not actually at that degree, but it does feel like it doesn't really feel like either team has an advantage when we're going into these engagements. People getting caught out, and the people lose getting lost as they get a turret, or as they get the Lord or the Turtle. But as we see here, the Valentina gonna be picked up by Hoon again there. Mobazane on that Paquito, answered on the side of Vendetta here by that Claude again, by Pogi picking up that Belmont, and then of course as Merelda, which is gonna be answered by Fly Chicken on that Dyroth.
This is interesting too, because I feel like there was a part of the Valley that was like, come on guys, pick Fairness. Right. I mean, we showed the Valentina, we picked the Valentina, but right now, Vendetta doesn't want to take it. I'm not sure if it's actually going to be banned out or if they just forego it, completely. That could possibly happen here too. But already a solid choice on both sides, I feel like, for both teams.
Yeah, and that's interesting too. It's I must have missed the memo. Now everybody's just kind of like hands off from the Ferrari. It's like, I don't want that. You can have it now. I don't want that. So they're just waiting. And I feel like maybe a little bit of PTSD on the side of the Valley here. They used it before. Definitely were not successful with it. So they definitely aren't going to be, well, I don't know if they're going to be picking it up. Maybe have a different game. Was that the one with Fanny? The game they played against Fanny where they had Valentina and Faramis? I can't remember how exactly. That's why I said, like, these games have been so close. It's hard to pick out. Like, there's not been a dominating where, like, oh yeah, they were just from start to finish dominating absolutely, and you knew that win was coming. All of these games have been so close. It's right down to the last few seconds, that final push. Then you're like, oh, they finally have it. It's been kind of coming in clutch here. You do see both Atlas and Diggy being taken out on the side of the Valley here, though, as well.
Yeah, so I wonder why, banning out the Diggy here, I don't think is absolutely necessary, but they actually ban out quite a few roamers, so they want to really narrow down those options for Theo specifically. But at the same time, they could just be, Theo could possibly just end up picking the Grok again. I feel like overall that's probably the highest priority in terms of roams that they could play around with, or we see Vendetta going ahead and focusing on the gold lane. They really want to narrow it down for basic here. That's what I was going to say. The Grok is open, and with him being the biggest priority, as we saw those roam bans coming out, they wanted to snag that. So the Valley, with the lineup that they already have, disregarding whatever basic decides to pick here, this is a great setup, right? It's a great, everything kind of falls into place here a little bit for them just with these four picks, especially if Mobazane can already get that early snowball factor in the jungle on this Paquito. Now the same thing across the board, depending on what this fourth pick is here, actually these last two picks for them. Ballman, we've been hitting this nail constantly, right? It's a great choice, very safe. You can lock down objectives. But here we go, right? The Fairness does come out, by the way. So you didn't miss the memo. They still like the Fairness, right? The matchup, the Fairness Valentina matchup is still going to be there. They also take Cho. So I feel like they have great potential. What I'm wondering again is, early game wise, does Vendetta keep up with the onslaught that could come from the Valley?
Yeah, and that's gonna be. I think that's. Well, it depends. You want to talk about early game, you want to talk about late game, but I feel like for me right now, the big bold print is about these rotations, about getting caught out, which is, like I said, it's something unseen. And maybe it's just great positioning. Both of these teams have just not dealt with that great of positioning by their enemies, and that they're getting caught in these, because like I don't want to say, like, I haven't seen anything where I'm just like, oh yeah, that was definitely like a bad play or shouldn't have been there. Too much by some of these teams. It's just the other team is just ready. They're always in a position. Cho was banned out, I want to say, the last 2 games. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they deal with it, or if that was kind of a slip through to allow Theo on that, which I know Zane, like we said before, has struggled on. But this is game 4, potentially the last game of this series for the Valley if they can get this victory.
Yeah, which is crucial, right? Because at the end of the day, it's going to lead them to whoever wins the series is going to be going to the grand final, which is going to be a huge thing just in general. And at the same time, whoever does lose still technically has that second life, right? They could still eventually crawl back into the grand final matchup. So it all starts here. It is match point for the Valley, like you mentioned. And still, right, the thing is, can Theo find... I'm actually excited to see some Cho play here, because I'm so used to seeing Cho picked often in our region or even other regions around the world, and I love to see NA players play Cho, because you guys have even your own notable, or like I think Dave even said, your Insection inspired players. So I want to see how this all plays out for them, and at the same time how they utilize this Faramis pick and exactly how they want to play around that. But already in the bottom side, it's going to be the focus. He gets trapped on the wall. Poggy the one to go down here. First blood secured by the Valley.
Just a wonderful play there by Shark. That Jikundo came on that. Shark didn't even panic, didn't even use his passive to try to negate that. Just threw up a wall and then swooped in, created that opening for Zane to come in. But another engagement here up at top.
And Fried Chicken, he's going to be trying his best here. It's going to be 1 versus 2. Abysm Strike does not land, taking quite a bit of damage. Flickers out. Hoon there just in time. It is Yuri that kind of went in deep, but still going to be able to survive. Has that sprint available. Never mind. It's MOBA Zane that comes in with 1-2 punch, able to grab a kill. Now Turtle for the taking here. They're in a good position, but he did have to use that retribution, so he doesn't have it available here. He's got to be careful. Poggy going to go ahead and start this one up. This could possibly just go in the hands of Vendetta, unless the Valley has something to say about it. They push them completely back here. Super Shark actually able to just zone everyone out here. Mobazane still just waiting patiently, not even going to need the retribution, so securing that objective as well for the Valley.
That was so interesting to me. I guess they oh my God, Yuri gets taken out here, blasted by Mobazane. But like to be pushed out there, especially when I felt like they had the advantage if they had kind of latched onto that Lord before Mobazane came in, especially because Pogi, well, I guess Pogi didn't have his retry up. He still had the lethal counter though. Very interesting there, but a great push there by the Valley to go ahead and zone them out and capture that turtle.
I mean, the biggest factor for Vendetta is, again, with what they have drafted, they in the fighting department early game, they kind of lack that damage. Especially, you have to consider the fact that Mobazane has early kills, right? And this is what I was saying in the draft. I said, if Mobazane on this Juggle Paquito can get these early kills, the damage is already there. But then it gets scarier, right? Because we saw him play it previously in the series too, the same effect. He was snowballing on the Paquito. And here we go. This is going to be some action on the bottom side. The kick is there. Can they get the kill? Basic trying to do his best to survive. Flickers out, able to actually stay alive here. What a play, able to survive the 1 versus 3. And now we see Mobazane trying to assert dominance in the jungle. Pogi, though, should have been able to secure that. Did use that lethal counter and the retribution.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part about an early game Claude. He doesn't really have the damage on that Blazing Duet, more tickle power onto basic, as he was still able to find an escape there with the flicker and the disengage there. So I mean, that's not going to happen. We do see that Demon Hunter sword being picked up now, so potentially it's going to be able to even this up if they do find another gank onto basic there. Fly Chicken and Mobazane coming in on Yuri though.
Yeah, Shiki there. Yuri actually able to survive. It's Fried Chicken that gets taken out. So again, sometimes, forcing situations, it doesn't work out for you, and you end up going down, giving up a kill here to Vendetta. Now the second turtle of the game is going to be up. See if they can actually secure this one. Yuna going to get forced down the lane a little bit here. Who's going to pull the trigger on this one? There's the stun, though. It's going to be secured by Poggy, but they're still going to continue on with the fight. Super Shark quite low. Can they grab the kill? The Colt Alter copy was there. No one going down just yet. Basic firing off from the backside. Here comes Yuri, though, trying to join the party. Still, nobody goes down, but the turtle is secured.
Yeah, very interesting and very patient game played by both of these teams. Fly Chicken putting on the damage there is going to have to disengage, and we take a look at these items. We already talked about it before. Demon Hunter Sword being picked up by Yuna there as well. On the other side there, that Endless Battle has been picked up, and we do have a little bit of defense started by Basic on this Clint. So both marksmen kind of in an even position. Just a little bit ahead is this Clint right now, but not by anything too notable.
Yeah, and there you go. Flicker initiation coming out already. Yuna taking quite a bit of damage, but the kick there to help him out. Theo should be fine here, but the rest of the team also crashing down to the bottom side. Poggy now looking to try to get a kill. Can't, though, with the lethal counter. So again, another push-pull here on the bottom side. No one going down, but a lot of resources committed. And now on the top side, Mobazane and Fried Chicken looking for a kill, and that's as clean as it can be as Yuri falls.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to say a much cleaner game by both of them. These kills happening. I mean, there's not much you can do when you're getting dived under tower trying to against two members from the Valley there. But I feel like a much cleaner game being played by both of these teams. However, Valley in a very controlling position here right now. Just able to find these windows here. Oh no!
That was as clean as a Way of the Dragon as you can get there. Hoon getting punished.
Yeah, this is why Cho has been banned out by the Valleys. That they have, I feel like there's a lot of trouble sometimes dealing with this when it comes to diving in and isolating some of those players there. But now we are starting this fight on the third turtle.
Yeah, I mean, just like that, they're going to push them back here. Again, Super Shark just zoning out the best he can. Another Way of the Dragon, finding the mark. Basic, trying to fire back. He's still going to be alive. It's a mega kill for Mobazane, punishing Yuna. And now Theo in the next target. Shiki fell too. It's one after another, just falling for Vendetta. And there you go. To cap it off, the TPs come out from the Valley. And they're sitting pretty here at match point.
Yeah, right now. Oh man, a pop up there, and Shiki goes down there. What a completely. This is the Valley that I remember right now. It's finding these openings. The synergy from them right now is just amazing to be able to find these kills. Not only that, but then being able to separate, to find that macro, to find these other openings for these towers as well.
What is going on here? I mean, this is a different Valley than from what we've seen through the series. I mean, not through the tournament, but just the series in general. And Vendetta is going to have to try to crawl back into this game because the gold lead already building up to 5K in favor of the Valley. It's going to be Theo trying to force a situation on the top side, had the conceal, but no one there to help him out. To follow up on Fried Chicken was going to be the target. So right now, Vendetta, we're going to see them kind of just bunch up together, try to get any type of gold, any type of XP that they can. But right now, man, the Valley is just controlling pretty much everything at this point.
Yeah, Yuna just picking up that golden staff, so he's going to be shredding as he comes in here. But I mean, you're already pretty far behind, and you saw last when that Blazing Duet came out, Yuna got annihilated in a second, just absolutely burst down here. You see the rest of the Valley starting to set up in this blue buff.
Okay, Mobazane, I mean, that's how much of a threat he is. A 1-2 jab already bringing some members down by 1/4. So they're going to have to work around that. They're going to lose the blue buff here, and it's the Valley just taking resources the best they can. They might even take a turret before they transition into the next Lord of the game, or the first Lord of the game as it comes up now. And there you go, trying to find the mark. Theo cannot get the Way of the Dragon off, but look at that. The initiation coming out from Shark. A kill for Basic. It's Shiki that falls. Make it Yuri as well. 2 down for Vendetta, and it's looking grim here for Vendetta to take this series because it's the Valley now knocking on the door here. Blazing Duet going to be popped. Did they bite off more they can chew? No. Fried Chicken grabbing the kill. Basic with another, and it's even more grim than before.
I know they hear that music right now. The Valley hearing it. Viva! They are ready to go to Las Vegas, but they still have a match here right now. You see that them going ahead and separating here as 2 members taking on the Lord. The rest of them still putting on pressure onto these towers. Not a single tower on the favor of Vendetta right now. 0 towers to 5 right now. The gold lead almost about 10K at the 10-minute mark. It's absolutely amazing display by the Valley right now. They have found their wits about them, not making the mistakes they made earlier on in this series. First Lord on its way up at the top right now. And honestly, like we said, this is what we were waiting for the Valley. This is the cohesion we were talking about. They are going to go ahead, zone out the rest of Vendetta right now as that bottom turret gets taken out, but now we are down to inhibitors, Naisu.
Yeah, I mean, Super Shark having a massive game here on this Drock pick. Obviously very comfortable for him, as he might look for another initiation here on the bottom side. Fried Chicken going in as well. There's not much that Vendetta can do. They got to handle the Lord also on the top side. They lose the first inhibitor turn on the bottom. This is most likely going to be the mid one too. They've got to do something to hang into this game, to hang in the series a little bit longer. But the Valley now waiting for that Lord to march in on the top side. Eyes set on the mid. What can Vendetta do here? They lack a ton of damage to actually go toe-to-toe with the Valley. That last turret hanging on by a thread. It's going to go down in just a few seconds. And that's going to be a totally exposed base of Vendetta. Meanwhile, on the top side, they're actually still chasing Yuri here. Mobazane wants that kill. Can he actually grab it? The 1 versus 1, but hold on. He grabs himself before the team even makes it there. So able to secure the 1 versus 1.
Yeah, absolute domination by Mobazane right now. 6, 0, and 5. Like you were talking about, like that early game. If you're giving Paquito those kills, especially early game, it's going to be almost impossible to stop him. Yuna hasn't even gotten off the ground yet, and Theo has not been able to find it. We saw the Jeet Kune Do come in, the Way of the Dragon come out, but he wasn't able to find the Way of the Dragon, which was really interesting to me. So I mean, doing a great job here as we have engagement up at the core.
Oh. This could very well be it. They're looking to punch into the base, take the series here. It's the Valley finding 2, make it 3, 4. They're looking for the wipeout before they finish. Poggy going to the fountain, and that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. The Valley just waiting for the moment to end it the way they want to. And there you go, the Valley advancing to the grand finals in Las Vegas.
Yeah, the first to be going to the grand final right now. The first ever grand finals. The Valley in spectacular fashion for that last match, especially after those nerve-wracking games beforehand. They have to be taking a deep breath. You saw the BMs come out. You saw those the recalls coming out there. Very confident, very happy with their performance, and that's how you want to end a series there.
That's what we call the power-up, right? When the TPs come out, those are the power-ups. And I mean, it's crazy because this whole time before this matchup, you know, as we look at these stats, it's just a dominating game for the Valley. And we were talking about how it was 50-50 Private. I mean, this one was not, right? This is something where after watching the previous 3 games, you're just like, man, they did roll D20 and they landed on the 20, right? Like, it was just one of the cleanest games here that the Valley has shown. And I got to say, it's a good picture of what a possible grand finals could end up being, but at the same time they clearly have things that they need to work out, right? This time that can be said for both teams. Of course, Vendetta still has an opportunity, but who's waiting for them, right? Who's waiting for them is not an easy task as well, right? The Simpsons are just as strong of a team here, so it's going to be an amazing matchup, I think, that we're seeing tomorrow to really decide who that last team is. But still, this, even just looking at the highlights, man, it's literally just the Valley highlight reel.
Yeah, you can see right there the Valley moving on, Vendetta adjusting to the lower bracket is going to be taking on the Simpsons tomorrow. And that is just going to be a fantastic match. Almost the legend killers there, the Simpsons, who have taken down Ackerman, taking down last season's finalist Team First Blood. Is this going to be a mountain that that Vendetta can overcome?
Dude, I'm super excited. Watching this entire series, the Valley being the first team to go to Vegas. Guys, I want you to mark this on your calendar. October 30th, that's the date, okay? You have your first contestant already. Not too much out of the expectations of a lot of the viewers in the chat, and then the vote actually reflects it. But tomorrow night, the match of destiny, the match of fate, right? You have Vendetta versus Simpsons. They already win against each other in the top 8 round. Now, the final time they're gonna go against each other, is it gonna be a revenge match for Team Simpsons? Or are we gonna see some Vendetta domination action? We shall find out. This is, oh my God, what do I say about this series? Private, anything you wanna tell the viewers about Casters' entire best out of 5?
It has been an amazing match, especially when we move up. Like I said, those 4 corners of NA, those 4 top teams, been such great matches. Unfortunately, we had to see one team, Team First Blood, going home. On the flip side of that, we did crown our first finalist for the first ever Las Vegas final. I couldn't be more excited, especially for tomorrow, as we know that these matches, this is what people have been waiting for.
Yeah, nice. So what about you? Any particular things in the past series that really caught your eyes?
The past series today, I mean, have been amazing. I sort of expected the 50-50 between these two, but the Valley pulling out on top. I also just got to say, I have loved the progression from the first NACT that I was involved in 2 seasons ago up to the last one, and then now this. Everything, not just the teams, but the production, everything else has been amazing. I wish I could fly to Vegas, man, and join you guys on the 30th, but I'll be watching from here, of course.
Again, guys, I just want to say once again, NACT this season is only just the beginning for the entire tournament to kick off the entire esports scene in the North America region for Mobile Legends. And we obviously have our first ever LAN event in Las Vegas. You know, every time when we talk about this, try to look back in the entire series, I'm just so excited to think about that we're going to Vegas, Private. You know, in a few days, in a few weeks. I cannot wait to see who got to go there. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn the bell on to all notification bells. Share the stream with your friends. Tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard, we will find out your next team to contest the Valley. See you then.